this occasion. We apologize for the delay in the start. We wish to inform you that the minister is around the corner and will be joining us anytime. We shall be starting shortly after that. After the minister comes in, we do appreciate your patience. We shall be starting anytime. Thank you. once again. As we wait for the Honorable Minister to come and join us to start this event, we could kindly introduce ourselves and where we are coming from so that we get to know each other better while we wait to start the event. I will ask the participants on my left to lead us in that, and then we shall move to the front rows before we can move to the back rows. I'll start with the gentleman on the first table here. Kindly introduce yourself to us and where you're from.
Good morning, participants. I'm Henry Asimwe. I work as an associate consultant at Uganda Management Institute. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. My name is Paul Opio. I work with Kilimo Trust.
I'm Christine Rebecca Mbiru, board member.
Mwambisa Davis is my name. I'm from East Africa.
Gerard Kagambirwe Karyeja, UMI.
Samuel Ibanda, member of the steering committee.
Wilberforce Singura, Uganda Management Institute.
I'm Naris Mubanjizi from Makerere University.
Dr. Rosalind Kawasita Nyamutale, Country Director, Sasakawa Africa Association.
I'm Patience Ruamigisa, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rest Nabagala. I'm coming from Action for Youth Development, Uganda.
I am Vangivasa Edinance from Jiri District.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nelly Nafuna from Bujiri. I'm working with Boon Project.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Abo Mary from Bujiri District, a board director of Boon Project, Bujiri.
I'm Wangdo Helen from Bugiri District. I work with Boon Project.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Frederick Okiror from Uganda Coalition for Sustainable Development.
Robert Aguat Komakech, UMI.
Good morning. My name is Christabel Tumwebaze. I work with Feed the Future Uganda Institution and System Strengthening Activity. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Simon Peter Okiring. I work for Feed the Future Uganda Institution and System Strengthening Activity. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Logose Jovia Vanessa, Realtor, Livon Estate.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Stella Tereka. I work with the Food and Agriculture Organization.
Hello, I'm Nan Gasmaya. I work with UMI.
Hello, good morning. CPA James Businje, UMI.
Mark Mugisha, UMI.
Good morning. I'm Pamela Campile and I work with the Institutional and System Strengthening Activity as a gender specialist.
I am Sengendo Lawrence. I'm a programs manager for Africa Agribusiness Academy, a Pan-African network for agribusiness SMEs. And I'm also doing a master's at UMI. My thesis is on gender roles and the share of agricultural proceeds.
Good morning to you all. I'm by the names of Kello Michael.
I work with a national NGO called Hunger Fighters Uganda. It's an organization with a vision of a hunger and malnutrition-free Uganda. Those of you who would like to know more about fighting hunger, we can talk a little after the break. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm by the names Rosetta Simwe Kananura. I work with Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, but I'm here as a student at the UMI on a master's program.
Yes, good morning. My name is Katende Eric, and I'm a team lead at Kafunda Media.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Valeria Mwine. I'm an influencer.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tracy Chirabo. I am here as a social media influencer.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Herbert Okwi, a media consultant.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mo Gibson Mugisha, a music publicist, a lifestyle blogger, and also social media influencer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen and others. I'm Kaseta Mark. I'm a science teacher. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. I'm Tony Nsima from Makerere University.
I'm Joseph Sechiban from Uganda Coffee Farmers Alliance.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Pade Mugambe from UMI.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Navire Penina. I work with Uganda Agribusiness Alliance as a gender specialist. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Lydia Kagoya is my name. I work with Caritas Kampala under the Sustainable Agriculture Program. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Nakafera Agnes from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
I know Mkisha Jam is my name from Makerere University.
Protocols observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Nakatejo Wanyanita from Makerere University.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Echohaire Justin from African Leadership Institute.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Gerald Werike Wanzala from the Africa Leadership Institute.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Opio from the Center for Basic Research. My name is Daniel Opio from the Center for Basic Research.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sekale Mahuzaima from Southern and East African Trade and Information Institute, CIATIN. I work as the Agricultural Program Officer for Agricultural Trade for Rural Transformation.
Good morning. My name is Joyce Nalwada. I work with the NABLE in partnership with the Agriculture Sector Skills Council under TVET, Ministry of Education. I'm glad to be here.
Good morning. I'm Esther Makula, writer.
Good morning. I'm Joanita Nakanjako from UMI Research Center.
I'm Victoria Sectoreko, former science student.
Head teacher sciences.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jenny Kapu, Secretary to the Equal Opportunities Commission.
Good morning, our dear participants. Thank you for that good introduction. I propose we start our program as we wait for the Honorable Minister. We have a program that will run until 1:30. I hope we can still keep within that time. We shall do all we can to ensure that we keep within the time that we set to run this event. Once again, my name is Lydia Namuli Lubega. I wish to just briefly take you through the program. We shall start off with welcome remarks from the Director General of Uganda Management Institute. That will be followed by remarks from the Chief of Party, Feed the Future Uganda. The remarks from, we shall have opening remarks from the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture, who is not yet here with us. We shall have a presentation by Dr. Nalisi Mubangizi. Doctor is already in the room. I'm happy to announce that. We shall have the first discussion of the presented paper from Dr. Patience Ramigisa, and he's also already in the room. We shall have a break tea before we can receive the second presentation from Dr. Roslyn Nyamutale. And thereafter, we shall have a plenary discussion before we can have closing remarks from Professor William. That is briefly our program participants. And without any further ado, I would like to invite humbly the Director General of Uganda Management Institute to give us his welcome remarks. Thank you. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to apologize on behalf of UMI for starting this program late. You know, UMI, we are also normally time conscious, but this has been beyond our control. It is my honor and a privilege to welcome you to this policy dialogue, public policy dialogue. As you are aware, UMI's mandate is to conduct training, research, and consultants that feeds into policy formulation process. As such, UMI hosts the Uganda Policy Development Management Forum, which is committed to supporting policy formulation and works closely with the policy analysts across sectors of government to utilize scientific evidence for development of effective policy regimes. It is for this reason that UMI works closely with the Cabinet Secretariat, which is the home of policy analysts, and where all documentation going to Cabinet are channeled. And I wish to point out that the Cabinet Secretariat is a member of the Uganda Policy Development Management Forum, and our partnership has been flourishing over the years. I don't know whether we have gotten a member from the Cabinet Secretariat, ministers. They said in their apologies. Allow me in a special way to thank the Chief of Party of the Feed the Future, who has allowed to partner with us to deliver this research output to you. Feed the Future picked interest in the public policy dialogue, believed in us, and offered to provide space and amenities for this dialogue, which we are enjoying right now. Allow me to thank you, Anthony, for this partnership and collaboration. We don't take it for granted. We appreciate and we look forward to a long-lasting, mutual beneficial relationship. Uganda Management Institute usually do wish to inform you that on a quarterly basis, we do hold this forum and we commission research on topical policy matters across sectors of the economy. This one in particular is focusing on agriculture, and I'm glad that our presenter, Dr. Nasils, is going to do justice to this topic, gender responsiveness in agriculture extension services, implications for the income and food security in Uganda. We do expect the critical reviewers from discussants and the audience shall be sufficient for validation and improve of today's research paper for further utilization, especially by the Ministry of Agriculture. And I'm glad amidst us we have Victoria Secretary Honorable Kadusana for recognition, a well-renowned agriculturist. I think wherever you go, your name is printed everywhere. If you talk about agriculture, there's no way you can miss the name of Victoria Secretarial. You have a legacy in this sector, and we are proud that you are part of these discussions. Members and practitioners, I'm also glad to see that we have got participants from Bugiri as we're introducing ourselves. People from Bugiri, can you stand up for recognition as well? Maybe we'll be able to get some explanation why people in Bugiri have traveled all the way to come and attend this dialogue. So without much ado, allow me also to request my colleague from UMI to stand up. Led by the Acting Chief of Research Center, Dr. Tuya Singura. We have Professor Jerry Karieja. We have Mr. Robert Asimwe. We have Dr. Pade Mugambe, Dean School of Business and Management. We have Robert Komakech, who are the people who have been the chichen. I don't know where Judy is. I think Judy is moving up and down to make sure the guest of honor arrives on time. So, can I also be supporting to request members of the board of the Public Policy Dialogue Policy Forum to stand up for recognition? Those are the people who are spearheading the dialogue. You are most welcome, and we thank you for the effort you have put in to make sure that we have quarterly policy dialogues as scheduled. With those remarks, allow me also to welcome the chairperson of this discussion, Madam Lydia Lubega Namoli. We thank you very much, and we appreciate for sparing your time to chair this forum. And we look forward to your stewardship as we move along. Thank you very much. I will come again when the minister comes in to welcome him.
Thank you so much, Director General, UMI, for those warm welcome remarks. Participants, please, another round of applause for our Director General. We are glad you've blessed us to start, and thank you for the very insightful welcome remarks that have made us comfortable and feel at home. I also I recognize the presence of the retired Honorable Minister Victoria Secretoleko. We are honored to have you. Thank you for coming. Members, please allow me to welcome the Chief of Party, Feed the Future Uganda, to give us his welcome remarks. As you've heard from the Director General, UMI, Feed the Future Uganda is a a cherished partner at the Uganda Management Institute. So we are honored to have in attendance the Chief of Party. We welcome you to give us your welcome remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, by names, I'm Anthony Nyungu, and I'm the Chief of Party for the Feed the Future Uganda Institutional and Systems Strengthening Activity. It is an activity that is funded, fully funded, by the United States government through its Agency for International Development, USAID. The mandate of the activity is to contribute towards pathways to prosperity for the people of Uganda, specifically by working with market actors in the agriculture sector at the national level so that they are able to better deliver on their mandates. In this regard, our target beneficiaries are the government of Uganda, ministries, departments, and agencies in the agriculture sector, and also the private sector, industry, apex organizations. We work with these institutions and partner with them to enhance institutional frameworks for service delivery that include any priority areas identified within the operations that require our support to complement. We also partner with the organizations to develop and have in place policy frameworks that enable the participation of the various market actors. We do also partner to create space for synergy between the various actors within the agricultural market system. Ladies and gentlemen, the subject for today is very important for the activity in as far as enhancing pathways and inclusion is concerned for the people of Uganda. As we do provide all this support to include, adoption of technology in the delivery of services for better efficiencies, development of various policies, strengthening institutional systems for delivery of services, we cannot afford to keep a blind eye to the various demographics within the populace. Therefore, as an activity, we will continue to partner with these various agencies. We shall listen in to the deliberations today and see if there are any areas that come through from our partner agencies that we can work on together to create a more enabling environment that allows for participation of the various communities in our country. If I may specifically hint on the subject that we are on here today, one is that we are in the final stages in partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture to have the reviewed National Agriculture Extension Strategy. So this dialogue comes in very, very timely. We are also supporting a number of agencies to develop gender strategies. This include the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Trade, but also the Uganda National Methodological Authority. So the output of this dialogue then becomes a very important input in the ongoing work that we are partnering with the various agencies on. And of course, I also want to thank the Uganda Management Institute. Doctor, thank you very much for the partnership, and we look forward to continue supporting these kinds of dialogue where we all come together and deliberate on issues that are important to us as a nation. In doing all this work around gender, we do work closely with the Equal Opportunities Commission. Allow me to recognize the Secretary to the Commission. She's right here with us. And for all that I've been mentioning around gender, we partner with them to deliver, but also for them to look at the various assessments that they do around equality on the government of Uganda agencies, and partner with us to move the talk and say, this is your performance, and this is how we think you can come up with some course corrections to enable you improve on your rating. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me keep it to that for now, and wish all of us good deliberations. And Honorable Minister, you're most welcome.
Thank you so much, the Chief of Party, Feed the Future Uganda, for those very insightful remarks and ones that have stemmed the current events into place. Members, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored by the presence of the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture, Honorable Bwino Fred Chakulaga. Please join me to welcome the Honorable Minister. And right now, we shall go by the program. Honorable Minister, you're most welcome. This particular event is convening to look at the gender responsiveness of the agriculture extension services, and particularly we are looking at the implications for the income and food security in Uganda. Members, before we have the opening remarks from the Minister, I'll request you to stand up so that we can have the national anthem. We can sing the national anthem. May I please request a volunteer from Bujiri to lead us in prayer? One of the visitors from Bujiri. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm called Abo Mary from Bujiri. May we humble ourselves and pray. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, I want to thank at this time, my Almighty Father. I thank you, Lord, for the life you have given us since morning up to now, Lord. It is not by our might or by our own power, my Jesus, but because of your grace, God of mercy. Jesus Christ, right now, I'm putting this meeting into your hands, Lord. May you come and lead us, Jesus Christ. May you come and be our spokesman in this meeting, God. Come and guide us, come and lead us. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
Thank you so much for that word of prayer. The Honorable Minister, we shall be having a presentation from Dr. Nasili Mubangizi, and we have two discussants to discuss the paper that will be presented to us, and that is Dr. Patience Ramigisa and Dr. Roslyn Nyamtale. These are very experienced people on this subject. So, Honorable Minister, we assure you that there is a lot of wealth in the room to discuss the topic at hand. And we are also honored to have the retired Minister Victoria Sekitoleko in the room. There is quite a number of wealth of experience within the room, as you will note as we go along the conversation. So, Honorable Minister, rest assured that the topic at discussion will be discussed exhaustively. At this juncture, I would like to invite the Director General of Uganda Management Institute to give a few remarks and invite the Minister to give us opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Fred Bwino Chakulaga, Minister of State for Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, the Chairman of the Uganda Policy Development Management Forum and the entire board, the Chief of Party, Feed the Future, representatives from central government, members of civil society, today's presenter, Dr. Mubangizi, and discussants, staff of UMI, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest had already made my remarks. My role here is just to welcome you on behalf of Uganda Management Institute. My name is Sataninas Kasoze Mulindwa. I'm the Director of Programs and Student Affairs at Uganda Management Institute, currently acting Director General because Dr. James Nkata is in Morocco attending an Asia conference where is the Vice President representing Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me on your behalf, in a special way, to welcome the Honorable Fred Bwino Chakulaga, Minister of State for Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries, and to thank you very much for honoring our invitation to officiate at this public policy dialogue, which is about gender responsiveness in agriculture, extension services, implications for income and food security in Uganda. Honorable Minister, your presence here is an indicator of commitment at the political leadership level to the cause of engaging academia through and supporting evidence-based policy formulation in your sector, which is the way to go in the current science-driven generation. And in our presence, we have a science teacher who introduced himself as a science teacher for recognition. We are very grateful for your recognition of public policy dialogue as an important component of the policy formulation process, and pledge to engage you even further as we consolidate our relationship with your technical team, also which is here present. Without much ado, I am sure that as you sit in through the presentation discussions, you will pick up some of the issues that can be taken up to cabinet levels. We also promise that at the end of this exercise, we shall also pick up whatever input will be generated through this forum, and we'll come up with a policy brief, which I believe will be presented to you. And this is the third quarter policy dialogue. We hold 4 dialogues in a year. Each quarter we hold a dialogue following the calendar year. So this is our second quarter actually. For covering the period of April to June, we should be holding another one in September or October, and the final one sometime in December. So with those remarks, it is my honor and privilege to invite you to address and open up this public policy dialogue. Join me to welcome the Minister to open up this dialogue.
The Acting Director General of the Uganda Management Institute, the Chief of Party, Feed the Future Uganda, Institutional and System Strengthening Activity, members of the Uganda Development Policy Management Forum, representatives of development partners present, invited guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, to me, this morning is a special morning because I've come back home. UMI is home. So when I received the invitation, I felt honored to be invited back home. At this juncture, I want to recognize the Director General. Through you, the Acting Director General, I want to recognize the Director General and the members of staff of UMI, particularly Professor Gerard. I think, Gerard, you are in the house. Those are responsible for who I am now. They mentored me and they helped to shape me. So I can't deliver my speech without recognizing them. And I continue consulting them. That aside, I'm greatly honored to join you to officiate the opening of the public dialogue, policy dialogue on gender responsiveness of agriculture extension services, implications for income and food security in Uganda. With great humility, I wish to extend my appreciation to the Uganda Management Institute for hosting this very important event that is at the core of our national food and nutrition security. I also wish to commend the organizers of the event for inviting my ministry, and more so, for inviting me as the guest of honor. I wouldn't have been in Kampala this morning because there is a similarly important event in Nakaseke that is taking place as we talk. I believe you are aware that there is a dialogue at Kaum Presidential Farm about what is called Musevenomics. I don't know whether you have heard about this. You are about to hear about it. You'll hear about it soon. But I was supposed to be there. But I chose to be here. I'm optimistic that this event that brings together agriculture and non-agriculture experts and professionals across the country will contribute to providing remedies to one of the contemporary challenges facing agriculture in Uganda, which is gender disparity, gender inequality. I was checking statistics before I came here. Statistics related to gender equality or inequality in agriculture. I mainly focused on the statistics in practice because I'm aware that in terms of policy formulation, in terms of being mindful of gender issues as we formulate strategies and interventions in the agriculture sector, we have been keen and we have made sure that we, as much as possible, mainstream gender issues. Unfortunately, the statistics in practice are discouraging. I'll give you a few examples. While women provide 70% of the labor force that is engaged in agricultural production, women control less than 20% of the output. Actually, 70% of labor force is also maybe the average, but in my community, it is far, far more than that. But you can imagine that whereas women contribute so much in terms of labor, they are controlling only as little as 20%. In a similar way, women produce 17% less per acre on average than what men produce on plots of the same size, or production where men and women are jointly involved. In a similar way, only 28% of the agricultural land in Uganda is owned by women. I'm trying to show you what I termed discouraging statistics. In addition, only 26% of non-agricultural land in Uganda is owned by female, compared to 37% that is owned by men. And 37% owned by men, and 36% owned jointly by men and women in households. Another very discouraging image is that 3 in every 10 of the communities, 3 in every 10 of the communities use agriculture extension services, with the majority, that is 34%, being located in rural areas compared to urban areas. Now, the agricultural households headed by women constitute only 21% of those visited by extension workers. Meaning that when extension workers go to extend their services to us, only 21% are women. 21% of the beneficiaries are women. In a similar way, access to agricultural inputs is skewed towards male farmers, where only 23% of the households headed by women, compared to 33% of those headed by men, use improved seeds. The list is long, and I'll not exhaust it. But the message I'm conveying to you is that whereas as government we have tried to be mindful of gender issues as we formulate policies, programs, and interventions, when we come to practice, the opposite is true. This is the point I'm making. So these statistics speak volumes regarding the gender disparity in agriculture, but mainly at the practical or practice level. And this is not new, because I also checked on the history of this, and I came across Mzee Julius Nyerere's writing, where he said, and this was at the Third World Conference on Women in 1984, and he stated that women of Africa till all their lives on land they don't own, to produce what they do not control. And at the end of their marriage, through divorce or death, end up empty-handed. So this is not new. I'm hopeful that this meeting will provide remedies to this situation. We want to walk the talk. We want to translate what we put in our policies, in our strategies, in our interventions into action. And it is you to provide those solutions. For that reason, I'm going to sit in until the end because I want to listen. I want to listen in the hope that the outcomes of this dialogue will help me to shape a new agricultural sector in Uganda. Having said that, I want you to allow me, I request you to allow me to use this platform to brief you about other issues in my sector. As you are aware, the government of Uganda has come up with the parish development model as a vehicle that it will use to liberate the Ugandan population that is still trapped in subsistence into the money economy. As we talk, the working figure is 39% of the population that we think are still trapped in subsistence. And we have come up with the policy shifts to enable us to deliver this intervention. The main pillars of PDM are 7. The pillars are 7, but the main ones are 2. Pillar number 1 is production, storage, processing, and marketing. And my ministry is leading in this pillar. The other very important pillar is the financial inclusion pillar. And under this financial inclusion pillar, the government has taken a decision to stop giving out inputs to the smallholder farmers in kind. We have decided to send money at the parish level to a tune of 100 million shillings through enterprise-based circles at the parishes, so that the farmers can borrow this money and use it to buy inputs, to prepare their gardens, to handle issues of harvest and post-harvest. And here, the basic challenge that we are trying to solve is access to financing. Access to financing, given the risks involved, most especially at that level of production and at that scale of production. However, as you already know, PDM is targeting only 39% of the population. Two, we have advised that particular section of the population to engage in production of high value enterprises, specifically 7 enterprises, namely coffee, poultry, dairy, piggery, fruits. We have also advised them to produce food for their homesteads, depending on where you are or where you come from. You can grow maize, you can grow millet, you can grow sweet potatoes, food for your household. Now, focusing on high value crops for those people that constitute the biggest production population in the country means that we are sidelining certain crops. We are sidelining what we are calling low value crops. But many of these low value crops are actually very important, most especially for food security and also for feed for livestock. We are talking about maize, for example. We are talking about soybean. We are talking about other crops like tea, like sunflower, like name it. So, as a ministry, we have taken a decision to come up with interventions that deliberately target the 61%, and also specifically target those crops that are not covered by the PDM. And under that arrangement, we are going to, among other interventions, partner with the large-scale farmers, because the guidance by government is that the low-value crops can only be economically viable if grown at large scale. So we are going to partner with the large-scale farmers. We shall support them so that they grow those low-value but important crops, either for food security or for feed or for export to the region. I'm briefing about this so that you can know. But apart from knowing, I want to assure you that as we intervene in all these areas, I want to make a pledge that we shall be gender sensitive in all this. Having said all that, I wish to conclude by thanking the organizers of this important policy dialogue. Special thanks go to the Uganda Management Institute for generating and hosting this policy dialogue. Feed the Future, Uganda Institution and System Strengthening for supporting the event, and all of you who have turned up to make this event successful. It is therefore my honor and pleasure to declare the public policy dialogue on gender responsiveness of agriculture extension services, implications for income and food security in Uganda officially opened. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. We are indeed honored by your presence and for your very insightful opening remarks. Thank you so much, Honorable, for stemming today's discussion. Participants, by and large, we have been blessed with information, statistics to start off our conversation. We have also been brought to speed on what government is already planning, which is which sort of informs our way forward. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for enriching us. Members, in terms of our program, I invite you for a group picture. Group pictures are best taken when people are still fresh, so let us have a group picture while we are still full room, but also while we are still fresh. When we return, we shall serve a cup of coffee and then sit in and have our presentation. The group picture will be taken at the post side. I kindly request you that we move down to take the group picture. Honorable Minister, we invite you to join us in the group picture. Director General UMI, I request you to lead the Minister to the venue of the group picture.
well, I can connect on. Problem, I'll be managing two gadgets at once. Because I'll be moving the slides on your computer at the same time trying to follow from here. That's the problem of my eyesight. So I hope I can succeed.
Participants, let us please pick our tea. We are going to have a working tea. We are not doing very well when it comes to time. So please pick your cup of tea and get seated so that we can continue. Yes, you want him to speak to the minister? Where is the minister exactly, and who is in charge of him? To be by. Okay. What we do is just wait for him to come then. But these politicians. Yes. Yeah, then we will give instructions for current. Participants, you pick your cup of tea and return to the table so that we can proceed. I think I'm going to invite that Judah Aliwa. Because press conference, they can ask him. So, but as long as he comes in when. Yes. I look at both the Dr. Roll. I hope everybody has a cup of tea. I request all participants who haven't registered with the front desk to do so. We urgently need to know the number of participants, so whoever has not registered with the front desk, please find time to do so. And for the participants who haven't picked tea, please pick a cup of tea. Get seated. We shall soon have the presentation. We're just waiting for the minister to come in. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Participants who haven't registered, please ensure that you register with the front desk. Also ensure that you pick some refreshments. We are about to start the presentation. Let us just look at our Honorable Minister. Good morning, participants, once again. Honorable Minister, all protocol observed, I wish to inform you that we are moving into the second session of this event. We are going to receive a presentation on gender and agriculture, specifically focusing on extension services, the implications for income and food security in Uganda. To deliver to us this presentation is Dr. Nasili Mubangizi, who is a lecturer at the School of Agriculture, Makerere University. Dr. Nasili has wide experience in engaging with NGOs involved in the agriculture extension in southwestern Uganda. He's already in the room. I invite him to take the podium. Dr. Nasili, you're welcome.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's a little bit of a challenge talking to people when their mouth are busy eating, but I'll try to do my level best. So as we wait for the presentation to be loaded on the projection screen, maybe I can briefly introduce myself. As already mentioned by the moderator, I'm called Narisi Mubangizi. I think she's been mispronouncing my name. I'm Narisi, not Nasiri. So maybe because we are familiar with Nsiri, so But I'm Narisi Mubanjizi, and I'm a lecturer in the Department of Extension and Innovation Studies at Makerere University. And before I joined the department, I was working in the NGO world in the southwestern part of the country, dealing with the farmers in agriculture extension for about 9 years. I've been at Makerere for now 10 years, and so that is me. So I'm extremely privileged, at the same time humbled, to be standing in front of you to deliver this presentation on gender responsiveness of agriculture extension services in Uganda, implications for food and income security. So I'm given 30 minutes, and in those 30 minutes I want to talk about this menu. I want to have a brief introduction of this subject matter. I also want to highlight what is at stake in terms of a problem statement, and then the objectives that informed my review. And then I'll also talk about the summary of the methodology that I applied, as well as the analytical framework that I used in order to derive whatever findings I'm going to share with you. And then I'll talk about my conclusion as well as recommendations. And if you're uncomfortable with my face, you probably want to console yourself that I'm not going to be here for more than 30 minutes. So in terms of introduction, we are all aware that food and income insecurity have actually persisted in the whole world, but particularly in the developing countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Actually, I think the whole evidence indicates that we as globally, we are unable to meet the target of ending hunger as well as poverty. And that is the case in most of the developing countries. And Uganda is no exception. The annual agricultural survey conducted by UBOS in 2019 indicated that close to 70% of households in Uganda were actually food insecure in 2019. And the same statistics are actually more or less like quoted by the World Bank, which indicated that 69% of the households in Uganda experienced moderate food shortage, while 22% experienced severe food shortage. Well, these were largely attributed to the drought as well as erratic rainfall patterns. But the whole thing is that should actually give you an impression of how badly we are doing in terms of food and income security. And we also note that in Uganda, we have close to 40% of the people who are actually outside the money economy. And so I think those are the people that our president normally says, chonka. They actually work for the stomach without considering anything to do with income. And of course, that translates into a substantial proportion of our population still being below the poverty line. And available evidence, as just pointed out by the Honorable Minister in his opening remarks, indicates that actually women and children are more affected by the food and income insecurity. I think the minister did me a favor by actually pointing out those statistics. And so I hope all of us appreciate that indeed the women and children are generally more vulnerable to income and food insecurity. And so in essence, what has been recommended is that all development interventions that are focusing on increasing food and income security should actually be gender responsive. Because you notice that the women are generally more affected than the men, and so are the children. And so when we talk of gender responsiveness, we're actually referring to those specific actions which are aimed at identifying and reducing gender inequalities within households and communities. So if you're doing anything to the contrary, that means you can't claim to be gender responsive. And we note that gender responsiveness goes beyond the usual gender mainstreaming that we normally insist on as a country. I know before the different ministries, departments, and agencies of the government submit their budgets, they are supposed to ensure that their gender is mainstreamed in there. But we are saying gender responsiveness actually goes beyond gender mainstreaming and gender sensitivity because this essentially focus on the numbers of disenfranchised people, especially the women who are involved in the programs. And they are usually more or less like top-down in nature. So the essence is someone focusing on having these numbers in their budgets, in their programs, without actually looking at how that can transform into reduction in gender inequality. And, and so we note that in Uganda, because most of our people are dependent on agricultural sector, agriculture extension possesses very serious potential in reducing the gender inequalities in food and income security. And maybe most of us could be aware that agriculture extension services in Uganda have evolved in terms of both structure and they have undergone both structure and political reforms. Right from where we started from around 1920 with the coercive regulatory extension system that was dominated by the chiefs, through the progressive farmers, and then up to where we are in terms of the single spine extension service delivery that started in 2016 and still ongoing. And so in terms of sorry. In terms of the problem statement, my argument is that despite the fact that Uganda's extension services have actually undergone serious reforms, we still see the agricultural sector performing at suboptimal levels. I think statistics indicate that the agricultural sector has been growing at about 3% per year compared to the desired 6% if we are to achieve our Vision 2040. And those same, the slow growth in agricultural sector is largely attributed to the low productivity levels, with the women reportedly less productive than the men. I think the minister already told us that the women's productivity is about 17% less than that of the men when they are working on the same size of land. And in essence, that inequality has persisted even when we have invested substantial efforts in our extension services. So then the question is, to what extent our agriculture extension services gender responsive in as far as addressing the gender inequalities and the underlying causes is concerned? And so in line with that problem statement, in this review, my overall purpose was to actually generate knowledge that could contribute to the enhancement of the footprint of agriculture extension services on food and income security. And specifically, I focused on trying to analyze the gender responsiveness of agriculture extension services in Uganda, and then also try to distill the implications of gender responsiveness of agriculture extension services for food and income security. In terms of the methodology, this work is largely based on a desk review of available peer-reviewed literature as well as grey literature. And this literature was mainly sourced from the popular search engine Google Scholar, using such keywords as gender responsiveness, agriculture extension in Uganda, gender and agriculture extension, as well as food and income security. And of course, this turned out so many documents in their thousands. So I had to review these documents for their relevance, and I mainly focused on the abstracts to actually decide on which documents I could continue with in the review. And so the findings that I'm presenting here are actually based on that review. And in terms of the analytical framework that I employed in this work, I think literature shows that actually gender responsiveness is cuts across and is affected by the different elements or components of an agriculture extension system. So in order for me to assess how gender responsive the agriculture extension services in Uganda have been, I tried to adopt the FAO framework of characterizing agriculture extension systems, which focuses on the human resources, the policy framework, the underlying assumptions, as well as dominant methods and tools used in the system. And in terms of gender responsiveness, I try to look at the likelihood of these different components of the system to influence gender inequalities in terms of participation of different genders in extension, as well as control and access to different resources that are needed for agricultural production. And so in terms of findings, I begin by trying to look at the different components of the agriculture extension systems and how and whether they contribute to the gender responsiveness of the system. And as I already mentioned, that Uganda's agriculture extension has actually undergone several structural as well as political reforms. So we begin by noting that the village-level participatory approach of the 1980s, as well as the unified extension system that was promoted by the World Bank, were presented initial efforts of actually trying to focus on women. And these essentially sort of like provided women packages. But then according to Nkonya 2009, these reported minimal progress in terms of addressing the gender inequalities. They were still characterized by women having limited access to extension services, and the gender inequalities did not substantially change under the village-level participatory approach as well as the unified extension system, and this was largely because these phases were considered to be gender blind. And then in terms of coming closer to maybe what is recent, we note that the NADS, the National Agriculture Advisory Services, as well as the single spine agriculture extension system, both have explicit focus on gender responsiveness. And this is depicted in their principles and guidelines. For example, the second and third principles of NADS focus on targeting the poor, the women, and mainstreaming gender issues. And based on those principles, NADS actually insisted on having at least a third of the beneficiaries and leaders at the different levels being women. But then we note that despite all this, NADS did not actually result into reduction in gender inequalities. So during NADS, evidence indicates that fewer women continue to receive extension services. They continue to receive credit. Fewer women continue to receive credit compared to men. And the barriers to credit access for women were the traditional ones: the lack of collateral, having some of their loans grabbed by their spouses. And these are traditional. These barriers were there even before NADS came. And we also note that fewer women than men actually adopted technologies promoted by NADS. And this was largely attributed to women's lack of ownership and control over key resources like land. And also note that more than 60% of the women were unhappy with the timing of the trainings as well as the topics covered under the trainings offered by NADS. And so what does that mean? That these women felt that maybe their priorities were not being met. And yet the program in its principles promises to actually be more gender responsive. And coming closer to what we are currently in, the single spine agriculture extension services system, We note that the National Agriculture Extension Policy, which actually is the basis or the guiding framework for this particular system, also envisages gender responsiveness, specifically in its principle number 7. And so we note that NIAS, for example, commits itself to address the gender-based constraints, the needs and opportunities, in order to effectively realize the potential of both men and women. But now, and that's a little bit unlike other policies, because then NIEP commits itself to employ strategies that will target both men and women and vulnerable groups. But in reality, what happens in reality is a little bit different from what was planned. We, for example, note that even when NIEP has been in existence for about 5 years now, we still have serious gender inequalities in terms of extension services. And we note that fewer women continue to participate in high-value commodities, which are marketable, and the key barriers to women's participation in these relate to limited access to land. They also relate to women's literacy as well as mobility, which affects their access to markets. And we also note that, and so in essence, this still indicates that we still have serious gender inequalities under the single spine extension services system, despite its initial focus on gender responsiveness. And we generally, according to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and IMPIM and colleagues in 2019, they observed that actually generally Uganda's agriculture-related policies are gender sensitive but not gender responsive. And that is what we seem to draw from the cases under NADS as well as under NIES, under NIEP, or the Single Spine Extension Service Delivery System. And so we note that actually the policies generally employ or tend to lean towards more of women in development approach. And we know this approach is basically characterized by treating women as a homogeneous category. So it doesn't recognize that even among the women there are differences. And so the moment you bundle up these different women, you are likely to actually not to address the gender inequalities. We already, for example, know that there could be difference in terms of priorities, in terms of challenges faced by women of different age groups, women of different social status. So when you lump them all together, you're likely to have serious challenges. And we also note that the National Agriculture Extension Strategy, which operationalizes the National Agriculture Extension Policy of 2016, is generally silent about the specific strategies to address the gender inequalities. And specifically, the strategy is very silent about how the lower number of females in the extension workforce are going to be addressed. And we also note that the strategy is very silent about how the inequalities in access and control over productive assets, especially land, are going to be addressed. And yet, it's appreciated that these are actually key barriers to women's optimal use of agricultural extension services. And and so when we look at the underlying assumptions as one of the characteristics of the agriculture extension systems, we also note that most of these policies, most of these agriculture extension systems that Uganda has undergone had underlying assumptions. We, for example, note that the progressive farmer phase had an assumption that the selected progressive farmers would act as learning centers for their colleagues. But in essence, this assumption was invalidated because these, the selection criteria as well as the process of these farmers was questionable, and so they didn't actually act as effective learning centers. Then coming closer to NADS, we also note that NADS had quite many assumptions, and most of these assumptions were actually essentially not valid. we, for example, note that whereas NADS assumed that all the 7 pillars under the plan for modernization of agriculture would actually be implemented, only 2 of them were implemented. That is the advisory services as well as research. The others to do with credit, the others to do with infrastructure, were never implemented. And of course, this had adverse implications on the capacity of NADS to address the needs of the different genders. We also note that NADS had assumed that the public extension staff would actually be delayed and retooled to act as private extension service providers, but this never happened. And because of that, we still had issues of capacity as well as numbers of extension service providers under NADS. We also note that NADS had also assumed that the capacity of farmers to demand for extension services would actually be high, but then that was also not realized. And so because these assumptions were largely invalid, it affected the likelihood of NADS to actually address both the advisory and non-advisory service needs of the farmers. And we all know that if, for example, the supply of these services is inadequate, women are most likely going to be excluded. So in terms of the human resources, I'm a little bit short-sighted, so that's why I'm trying to manage two machines. And so in terms of the human resources, we note that Where am I? I don't know. I can't see these things properly. Okay. So in terms of the human resources, we note that the Uganda still has a very high farmer to extension ratio. I think the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development indicates that we are standing at about 1,800 farmers per extension worker. And I think more conservative, can I call it more conservative or more liberal estimates have indicated that we are about 3,000 farmers per extension worker. And that is compared to the ratio of 500 that is recommended by FAO. And so the thinking is, if extension staff are few, then they are going to be overwhelmed by the numbers of farmers. And in these circumstances, the extension workers are inclined to target household heads, who in most cases are men. And so we still have a few cases of women receiving extension services. I think the minister already told us that about out of the households that were receiving extension services, only 21% of the households were female-headed. We also note that in terms of human resources, the gender composition of our extension staffing, well, there are no available statistics in that regard. What I was able to land on was the total number of extension staff that have so far been recruited by the ministry against the ceiling. I think the literature you got indicated that we are 77% by 2017-2018, and against the ceiling of 5,000. But generally, according to FAO, our extension staffing is dominated by males. And we know when the extension service is dominated by males, females are likely not going to be comfortable with interacting with the male extension workers. And they're also not likely going to open up to them in terms of any difficulties. But also, the male extension workers are also not going to understand the unique circumstances of the female farmers. And so at the end of the day, because of that small proportion of women or females in our extension staffing, we end up not adequately addressing the gender issues. And so in so in terms of the dominant extension methods as well as planning techniques, we note that actually most of these the earlier phases before NADS were predominantly top-down. But from NADS, there was a little bit of a shift from top-down to bottom-up. And the same is also true under the single spine agriculture extension services system, where the system actually aims at being client-led and responsive. But at the end of the day, we still note that the extension services, even besides trying to employ more bottom-up approaches, we still note that they have actually been affected by corruption. For example, under NADS, much as was bottom-up planning, we note that there are cases of farmers' priorities not being respected. And there are also cases of some of the women not feeling comfortable in the groups because the groups were haphazardly formed. And I think I got this particular quotation from Musemakweri's work of 2007, where this woman from Kabale is actually indicating her discomfort in a group because the group, they were encouraged to form a group. So she found herself in a group with men, and the men had more resources in terms of land. So for them, they're interested in commercial agriculture or market-oriented agriculture. And for her, with her limited land, she was unable to do that, and so she felt she was actually not, her needs were not being met in the group. And so at the end of the day, because the groups were haphazardly formed, they didn't act as vehicles to address the unique gender needs of the women. And in terms of, now let's talk about ICT, because I know we are talking about e-extension, and I think all of us are excited that can help us to address the gender inequalities in extension. But then we note that the guiding policy of use of ICT development services, including agriculture extension, is mainly provided by the Ministry of ICT, and specifically that is through the two policies, the National ICT Policy as well as the Rural Communication Development Policy too. And we note that these two policies, which are essentially supposed to guide application of ICT and agriculture extension, are generally gender blind, and that is according to NPIM and colleagues 2019. And of course, because these policies are gender blind, that has also threaded through the interventions of the actors that are trying to employ ICT in agriculture extension. And we, for example, note that the state and non-state agencies which are employing ICT in agriculture extension, some of them have not bothered to actually appreciate the gender inequalities in terms of ownership and control over the ICT gadgets, for example, mobile phones and radios. And so some of them that have actually tried to be a little bit gender sensitive have attempted to actually target women with these ICT initiatives. But that has made them victims of the patriarchal challenges, where men feel that by targeting the women, their power and control over information is under threat. And so there have been cases of increased domestic violence, as well as some men actually refusing their women to own ICT gadgets because they feel their position as key information sources in the household is being threatened. And so in one case, a non-state agency in northern Uganda called KIC actually had fallen victim of this. They were using mobile phones, so they had mobile phones which they were giving to groups of women. And then the group leader would actually be the one in charge of this mobile phone, and she would either use it to communicate directly with extension workers, or sometimes she would actually use it to organize a conference between the group members and the extension worker. But then the men, because they excluded from that arrangement, they felt challenged and they ended up becoming more violent against the women. And some of them blocked their wives from actually owning ICT gadgets. And so this particular non-state agency dealt with this challenge by bringing men on board. And so they brought men on board in groups that were originally for women only. And when they brought the men on board, that resulted into a reduction in the cases of gender violence. And it also resulted into increased production of both men and women. And so in essence, what that is demonstrating is that sometimes it may be important that we actually adapt and be flexible in our interventions by, for example, including both men and women in women empowerment interventions. So in terms of the implications of all these to food and income security, we note that generally Uganda's agriculture extension services are not gender responsive because they do not address the underlying causes of gender inequality. And because of this, we still see the productivity gender gap still persisting. We also still see that women have continued to obtain low incomes from the agricultural production. Research that I was able to land on indicated that only 4% of the women reported to have experienced substantial income increments under NADS. And so what about the other 96%? It means they worked, but they weren't rewarded for their efforts. And I think the minister already alluded to that when he said that women control about 20% of the output, much as they offer 70% of the labor. So these inequalities have been documented and they still exist. And we note that women's persistently low productivity and income have adverse implications for food security, because we know that the women in most societies are gatekeepers of food security. They are the ones who prepare the food. They are the ones who determine what sort of food should be prepared. So if food is not, if their productivity is low, that has adverse implications for the food and income security of the entire household. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I've been given a warning to conclude, and I think I have to adhere to that. So in terms of my overall conclusions, I note that the policies, as well as the underlying assumptions, the human resources and planning methods and tools that characterize the extension services in Uganda do not guarantee gender responsiveness, but rather they guarantee gender mainstreaming as well as gender sensitivity, which are inadequate to address the gender inequalities. And also note that this limited gender responsiveness of agriculture extension in Uganda has had adverse implications for food and income security, because it implies that those socially ingrained causes of women's disempowerment have actually not been addressed. And also note that when we include both men and women in interventions, we are likely to actually reduce the inequalities, but also generate better outcomes in terms of food and income security. So in terms of my recommendations, I note that agriculture extension services in Uganda need to walk the talk. I've already alluded to the fact that they actually claim to be gender responsive, especially the current single spine, as well as NADS. But then in reality, things are different. And they can walk the talk in terms of adapting techniques and methods to target and engage both men and women. And excuse me. And so those methods and techniques must actually be customized to the local context. And they could also focus on equipping extension officers with knowledge and skills to address men and women farmers equitably. Because the reality is we are not about to have a gender-balanced extension staffing. So at the end of the day, the few women and the dominantly males that we have in the extension system need these skills to be able to deal with both men and women. And then they could also integrate indicators related to gender inequalities as part of the evaluation. So if you can, for example, track the impact of these extension services in terms of how well they've actually reduced gender inequalities, I would imagine I would be able to see where we are going wrong, and maybe that could bring us back on track. I also recommend that we need to include both men and women in interventions that are aimed at addressing gender inequalities. And we are saying that once we do that, then we'll have a forum or a platform where both men and women can appreciate the importance of the gender inequality and how it affects both of them. And maybe this can actually stimulate action by both men and women, because the reality is both men and women have to do something in order to reduce the gender inequality. I also note that, I also recommend that we need to address the culturally and socially ingrained patriarchal bondages to women's and youth access and use of key productive assets, especially land. And I'm of the view that we actually need to deliberately focus on males, because it is the males whose position we are trying to actually threaten. And so we need to target them, and so that they appreciate why actually this unequal control and access over productive resources affects them as well as the women. And so we think that going forward, once we, for example, target the young, the old males, we will progressively have an increasing number of males who appreciate the need for equality in terms of asset access and use. And I'm also proposing that we need to institute and enforce laws and policies that promote gender equality in terms of productivity assets. And I, for example, know that as a country we are talking of the Marriage and Divorce Act, or bill, and I know it also has some challenges, but at least it's trying to address some of those gender inequalities in terms of access to properties in a household. And I'm also recommending that we need to finally increase the numbers and gender balance of extension staff. And in order to increase the numbers of female staff in extension, I propose that we need to address the barriers that minimize the numbers of females that actually do the science courses and subjects that are essential for one to join the extension service system. We know these barriers. We know, for example, we've always had a debate of how, for example, conducive our school facilities are for the females when they're in their usual periods. And so all these barriers essentially determine how many females come through to actually join the extension system. We, for example, are aware that the government has that affirmative action of 1.5 points for female students who join the university, and that is a good thing, and it could be maintained. And also, I also suggest that we could provide incentives like scholarships and job quotas. And of course, that would mean tweaking the recruitment criteria so that we can progressively have more females in the extension service system. And we hopefully maybe can use that as a vehicle to make our extension services more gender responsiveness. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much. In a special, I want to appreciate Uganda Management Institute for having given me this opportunity, and for all of you to have been present and attentively listen to my presentation. I thank you all, and I do this for God and my country.
Doctor, another round of applause for Dr. Narisi. I'm sorry, I pronounced it the other way around. Kindly receive my apologies. Right. Doctor, we are grateful for setting the pace. Thank you so much for the presentation that has reviewed what has been in the House in terms of the agriculture extension and the highlights that you give relating to the status of gender in all this and what the effects have been. Of course, he highlights that we have not managed to hit our target of 6%. Not yet. And this is attached to the fact that we still have a very low, Doctor, you may take a seat. We shall have a general plenary, so we don't expect any questions for you yet. So our participants, he rightly points out to us that we have never hit our target of 6%. We have only come to the level of 3%. Why? The gender issue comes into play. He's highlighting what could be the issue here. Much as we claim that the policies are sensitive to gender, they are not responsive. And that is a very critical issue that we must all interrogate as we develop strategies to enhance performance along of the extension, but also for gender inclusiveness. That is quite important for the discussion. Thank you so much, Doctor. We are not doing very well in terms of time, but I'm glad that at least the gist of the matter is coming through. Without any further delays, I'll invite the first discussant, who is Dr. Patience Rami Gisa. Before I can invite Dr. Rami Gisa to take the podium, let me give a brief about him. Dr. Rami Gisa is a PhD holder in Agriculture Extension Education from Makerere University. He's an assistant commissioner for the Agriculture Extension and is the coordinator at the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Industry and Fisheries. He is a research fellow at the International Food Relief Research Institute. He is a visiting scholar at the University of Hohenheim in Germany. He's the chair, advisory board of Farm Radio International. He's a member of the Agriculture Sector Skills Council. He is a member of the University Council of Mountain of the Moon University. He is a board member of the Uganda Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services. He has 27 years of public service, 8 of which were spent at local government. That is the person to discuss our paper. And Honorable Minister, we are very confident that we are going to do justice to the paper that has just been presented. Doctor, you're welcome to the podium.
Thank you very much, moderator. And thank you, Honorable Minister, for gracing this occasion. The Director General, Uganda Management Institute. Yes. The Chief of Party, Feed the Future, Institution System Strengthening Activity. All invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, Thank you very much. Once again, I've already been introduced. I'm Dr. Patience Ramigisa. And I was almost becoming an alumni of UMI, but I became a dropout. I didn't complete. From the presentations you have had this morning, from the minister's speech, come to Dr. Naris, you really see, you observe that while the policy provisions as government have been put in place to ensure that gender responsiveness and gender mainstreaming is integrated in our policy frameworks, the practice is different. So the question is why? Why is it that in spite of putting all these frameworks and strategies in place, the practice is different? Now, for us in agriculture extension, we have a philosophy. And the philosophy is go to the community, understand the community, study their resources, help them to help themselves. And I wish the champions of the gender policy had also used the same philosophy. Because in the African traditional setting, there was clear gender roles defined. That men were responsible for the financial security of the home and external relations. And women were responsible for food security and domestic affairs. That is how the African traditional setting set up. And because for me, my powers at home stop at the gate. As soon as I enter the house, I'm so powerless that I cannot even control the remote of a TV. So that is how the African setting in terms of gender was defined for centuries. Now, the gender champions, instead of coming and studying what is on the ground and see how do we support the existing system and grow it in a manner that the position of the woman is improved within the existing setting. But the manner in which these gender approaches were introduced looked more antagonistic. And although they were state-supported, society kept observing. And there was silent rebellion. So that is why you see all these statistics are communicating. The minister provided statistics, they are very disappointing. Because the key stakeholder, who is the man, at the beginning of the policy was ignored. So the male engagement strategy was never taken into account. And therefore, you can imagine this policy has been around since 2007, around there. That's about 15 years of implementing a policy, and we still have this kind of statistics. And to me, that explains why I've always been asking myself, why are women who are our partners, they are our mothers, they are our custodians of culture, are perceived marginalized by society? But the women have a lot of powers, even within the African traditional setting. But we, instead of building on that one, the policy, in my view, did not go in that direction. Now, agriculture extension is a very important tool to cause socio-economic transformation. And if you read globally, no country has transformed their economies. First of all, the transformation of economies started with agriculture. 2, transforming the agriculture, they had to do a lot of investment in extension services. Because it's the extension services that form the basis. So if you don't have strong extension services, you don't have strong farm organizations. And therefore, those two are the building blocks for transforming agriculture. So it is a bridging institution. Extension service is a bridging institution that brings together the actors in research, the actors with farm organizations, all these actors along value chains together. And it's a source of knowledge, information, and technologies. So without it functioning effectively, it is very difficult to have transformation. And you know, as a country, from the economic perspective, the economy has been growing. If you compare from 1986, it could have even grown tenfold. But the transformation at the ground is not matching with the economic growth. And therefore, until we invest in those community institutions for which extension is part, it is very difficult to realize the transformation at that community level. So we have to match investments to ensure that we are able, the transformation that is taking place is matching with economic growth. And as Uganda, he has already presented the trends in terms of changes, and you really see a frequent change in policy turnover in terms of extension services. Largely because most of these approaches, as like the gender, also in extension, were externally driven, not putting into context the realities, our institutional realities. When I was in Nairobi, I visited the International Livestock Research Institute. You know, the only 2 institutions of United Nations that have headquarters in Africa is the International Livestock Research Institute in Nairobi and the Institute of Tropical Agriculture in Nigeria. But they are developing technologies. The technologies are going and transforming other continents. But they're not transforming Africa. Why? Simply because one of the reasons is not putting sufficient investments in the extension service. And until we do that, because if you observe across the whole of Africa, it's as if there is an invisible hand. Governments are not investing in the extension service, as if there is an invisible hand. And because of that, you don't see movement of information, knowledge, and technologies to meet the requirements of the smallholders. And more so, much of the research, until recently, that government has taken up science seriously, much of the research had been donor-driven. So all these have implications on the gender issues. Now, what are the main gender concerns? They say from our own internal works as in the ministry, there is a women experience limited access to resources. That has already been elaborated. I don't need to talk much about it. The lack of access to information, knowledge, and communication. And recently we are doing a study with in partnership with the International Food Policy Research Institute, Makerere University, the African Institute for Strategic Resource Services and Development, and the University of Hohenheim in Germany. And we're looking at women. Why? Because we've been observing about these extension services. Why is it that women, all these disparities? And we looked at the channels for which women we prefer to, where they receive much of the information. And you know, some of the findings are surprising. We found that actually all along we thought that by investing in radios, going to talk on radios, and that you would access more women. But our findings show that only 3% of the women use radios to get agricultural knowledge. So you can see a mismatch in terms of interventions. Actually, most of the women get their information from community meetings. Extension services ranked fourth, the public extension service. So it shows that really our interventions we do as we sit in this air-conditioned plan do not match with what is the reality on the ground. The imbalances of what they do in the home, communities, decision-making, in politics, education, and agriculture. And when it comes to staffing levels, because he talked about it, we have about 4,000 extension staff around the country, but only 15% are women. And even out of these 15%, more than 70% are in urban and peri-urban areas. Now, when you talk to the women, definitely they would prefer to have a fellow woman as an extension worker. But also the men don't want men to interfere a lot with their wives. Our male extension staff. Now, the men in the village do not trust their wives to the. So you have, these are challenges that we practically experience. But now, the gender imbalance in this is rooted in the education system. That for a long time, marginalized women in science. So these are issues that probably need to be put on the table and discussed. So, what is the Ministry of Agriculture doing? First of all, we have, policy-wise, we are okay, because we have mainstreamed planning and budgeting in the policy frameworks. Every day we are going to Equal Opportunities Commission, and they gave us a certificate of compliance on gender. Although she's always giving us a marginal. We passed just marginal. If it was at the university, we would get a pass degree. But the reasons are understandable, because what I'm pointing out here is exactly what they measure, and surely if they measure, we don't match That is a fact. We are doing deliberate strategic interventions under we have been reviewing the National Agriculture Extension Strategy, and we have put now strategic interventions to deal with these challenges we are facing. And we hope that if this strategy is supported, you have to help me support this strategy. Because for me, I will develop the strategy and submit to Honorable Minister will submit to Finance. But now resourcing it, I need your support. Because you have to do that advocacy. Because you know the budget process is the political process. And the government responds to the national mood. So if you create the mood that we should be supported, then that strategy will be supported. We have also been developing the agriculture gender strategy. Now to be very specific. And soon we shall be calling you to validate it, because now a final draft is in place. We shall be inviting you to come and validate what we have put in that strategy. Of course, as I told you, we are promoting gender responsive research in extension, and we are partnering with different partners. Like this one, we have been partnering with the International Food Policy Research Institute, and we shall soon be inviting you again to present you our results in October. I think we shall, our final results will be out, so we are going to invite you for that. And then we are also developing drafting the National Agriculture Extension Bill. And now, Honorable Minister, this is an opportunity to see how we institutionalize, so that this gender should not be a ritual thing. It should not be ritualized. That every day we go to Equal Opportunities Commission, we get a certificate and we stop there. We wait until we go back. But I would wish that under the National Agriculture Extension Bill, which we are drafting, we institutionalize these issues so that they become part and parcel of our DNA in planning and execution. So I was given only 15 minutes. I would have talked more, but I hope I have done justice to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Participants, please give another round of applause for Dr. Thank you so much, Dr. Ramigisa. That is quite insightful. We see Dr. Ramigisa taking us yet into the root causes of why the extension is not performing. He interrogates deeper what we did wrong and what we need to address. And he's telling us what the initiatives that the ministry is taking, which is very heartwarming, and it gives us hope that a lot of things will change. Thank you so much, Doctor. Without wasting any more time, because we are time bad and we would like to hear from the audience here, I'll invite the next discussant number 2, Dr. Roslyn Kabasita. As she comes to the podium, Dr. Roslyn Kabasita has a Master of Science degree in Management of Agriculture Knowledge System. Her bachelor's was in veterinary medicine, and she's the current director of Sasakawa Africa Association. She has 38 years experience in rural development and agriculture extension. And she has worked with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and a number of development organizations. And once again, Honorable Minister, as I stated earlier, that we have a lot of wealth of experience within the room that can ably help us get to the bottom of the issues that we are discussing. Dr. Rosalind, you're welcome, and you also have 15 minutes to undertake your discussion.
Thank you, moderator. Our guest of honor, Honorable Wino Chakulaga Fred. We appreciate that you are with us today. And what I know about our Honorable Minister is that when you invite him, he will be with you throughout. He gives the occasion what it deserves. We thank you. The DGUMI, the CEO Feed the Future. I will also, with due respect, my elder, the trained scientist, all the guests, protocol observed. Once again, I'm Dr. Rosalind Kawasita Nyamutale. Aboki is the quiet one. In addition to what our moderator has talked about me, I'm a farmer, dairy and vegetable. I belong to the profession of Uganda Women, Professional Women in Agriculture and Environment. I'm on the board of Uganda Forum for Agriculture Advisory Services. And like my colleague, Dr. Ruamigisa, I'm on the University Council of Mountains of the Moon as a ministerial appointee. So I stand for 15 minutes to share my experience of how Sasakawa Africa Association has responded gender responsiveness of agriculture under Sasakawa Africa Association. Sasakawa Africa Association, commonly known as Sasakawa Global 2000, however, we rebranded after 25 years in Uganda and 35 in Africa, and now we are known as Sasakawa Africa Association. We all know that food security, nutrition, industrialization, economic development are all critical for everyone's survival. The poor, the rich, everyone. And in this, the women's role is crucial, especially in the agricultural sector, the center stage in food and nutrition security. But however, we have heard all the challenges, the successes and challenges also, as highlighted by our Honorable Minister, the the two doctors that have already presented. Incidentally, quite often when we talk about gender, most people look at it as a women's issue. And yet gender defines the roles and responsibilities of men, women, and children in society, and categorizes the people into the different categories: men, women, maybe people with disabilities, people living with HIV, the youth, which most people don't look at. Therefore, when we talk about gender responsiveness, I look at it as it's recognizing the way different programs, projects affect men, women, youth, people with disabilities or living with HIV, the different categories as we plan and implement our agricultural interventions. Therefore, gender responsiveness to agriculture extension service, we look at it as a tool that recognizes the gender gaps and also puts interventions in place to reduce those gaps, but also integrate in planning and implementation process. So having that little background that I've given, I will go back to the experiences. My 38 years in agricultural development and working with Sasakawa Africa Association. And with Sasakawa Africa Association, we look at gender equity and equality. We are sensitive and committed to reducing forms of discrimination with focus on all the marginalized groups. And our current strategy also focuses on the youth, women, people with disabilities, but also living with HIV/AIDS, so that we don't leave them out in our interventions. At the country level, during recruitment, we prefer having 50 to 50 women, males to females. And currently, while I'm the country director, a female, my deputy is a gentleman. And so far, the ratio of females to male staff is about 45 females to 50. And I believe we are not doing badly at that ratio. At the household level, we look at promoting farming as a family business. Why? Everybody should own what is done at the household level and should be empowered to do what is expected to be done in agricultural production. As we promote farming as a family business, we look at mobilizing all the categories that I've talked about in all our interventions. We have various agribusiness models that we promote. For example, the farmer learning platforms, the commodity association trader, the private service provision model, and agro-processing model, among others. So when we're establishing the farmer learning platforms, we ensure that they are managed 50% by males and females. That means that if we are establishing 20 demonstrations, 10 should be hosted by females and 10 by the males. And in there, we also consider the youth. So we have the women-assisted demonstrations and the men-assisted demonstrations, but also the youth are integrated in the two gender. I will also, I don't know whether to call it also the affirmative action, trying to bridge the gender gaps. We really focus on our interventions, 60% women. I know Dr. Ramikisa will say that we are disadvantaging the men, but the men have been advantaged for a long time. So we are trying to level up with the men. So don't get frightened. We are working together for this development. Now, the interventions, as I talk about, I have talked about the setting demonstrations, but we also have participatory technology development. When we are identifying technologies, we do it in a participatory manner. We do a needs assessment, both for information and technology development, so that it is focused to the needs of the community. Under the private service provision, this is a model where we promote, for example, where a farmer can buy, for example, a machine and provides services to the farmers. Let me say for a sheller. We also promote, especially the youth, to participate in this. You know, most of the youth also don't have the land, but they can participate in the agricultural development, even when they don't have the land. And especially now when the district local government and the government per se has the funds for the youth or the women, we link the groups at the district local government so that they can access these funds to enable them support more their businesses. And in agro-processing, I will talk about the value addition. It is majorly to the women. They add value, for example, to cassava. They get flour and they can make like donuts out of that and sell, but also the cassava itself. And when we look at it, we may look at it and think it is a small intervention, but it has created great change among the women in the communities. We also don't discriminate whether our farmers, especially the women, are at the breastfeeding stage that they shouldn't come for such a meetings. We support them as we also support the caretakers of the children so that those farmers also don't miss getting this information. Likewise, we also do it for our staff. Even when we have meetings like in Addis, their baby caretakers are supported so that the staff can also participate in all these meetings that we hold. In relation to the people with disabilities, we try to identify those disabilities. For example, we developed like the maize sheller, where the person with disability can also sit and manage and supervise his business. We also have, I will give just the two examples, a blind farmer in Mitiana, whom we encouraged, and he's the treasurer for the group. So we don't only focus on women, but also on the men to integrate all the gender. I've talked about our approaches, the participatory needs assessment, so that we get those relevant needs and we focus our interventions towards the needs. We also, in technology development, we look at reducing drudgery for the women. So planters, weeders have been identified that can, and they have been provided to the farmers to reduce on drudgery so that they can also have more time to do other things. At the leadership level for farm organizations, we work with farmer groups and farm organizations. We also work within the government policy and ensure that at least 3 of the executive members are women. We have several approaches, as I've said. We have the smallholder enterprise empowerment project. And we all know that access to market is a trigger to everything. Technology adoption and improving management. So we go out with the farmers, we identify the markets together, we identify the market needs for the different categories, and then they develop those enterprises based on the market. And one of the enterprises that the women have come up with is horticulture, especially vegetable growing, even for the youth. These are the high-value enterprises that even on a small plot of land, as we all know, a lot can be harvested and profits gained. We also promote such among the youth. It's not only the youth, but among all the farmers, but our focus on the women and the youth. Access to information. We know that we have talked about the challenges of women accessing information. I know, yes, and appreciate Dr. Rwamigisa. It is very difficult. In my life as an extensionist, I've seen those scenarios where the man chases out even a man extension worker from their household for so many reasons that they give. So of course there is need to promote women scientists, agriculturalists to go into extension. I know most of them fear the rural, but once agriculture is made, taken as a business and profitable, I believe a lot more will go to the rural and serve the farmers. So we also do the participatory approach. The training materials are both in English and the local languages, and also pictorial, so that even those that cannot read and write can envisage, can understand. As I said, that of course we also have the e-extension. The e-extension, we started it so that we can have more outreach, looking at the ratio of the extension workers to the farmers. You can take even years before you go around the whole country. So we focused on e-extension since 2013, and this is where we use the phones to provide information to the farmers, but also the farmers ask questions through using the phones, and they are given responses. But there are also the e-platforms where they can buy their inputs online and also sell their products online. We have a big challenge with this because we noted that most women above 40, 50, they don't like the Android phones. They say it takes their time and they have a lot of other work to do. So you find either they give it to the son to do the extension, or maybe the husband takes it over. So we need to see how to encourage the women to also do such, and this could also be through the leadership trainings that can be offered. So what can we continue doing? We need to always get appropriate and relevant knowledge to the different categories of the farmers in agribusiness across the value chain. Participatory technology development is key. Gender-sensitive budgeting and monitoring should be a must. Skills training for the youth, those disadvantaged groups. We need to increase access to finance. As Sasakawa, we try the savings, but we need to network together with the government and ensure that these disadvantaged groups also access the funds that are being provided at the government level, especially now also the parish development model. The government needs also to strengthen or enhance partnerships with like-minded organizations so that they can complement each other more in this effort. And I would call upon all of us, let us not work as if we are competitors, but let us work together, complement each other, see that we all, in the end, attain the vision and the objective of the communities and the government as our major partner and policy maker. And on this, I'm glad to, Honorable Minister, Sasakawa Africa Association has been complementing a lot to the achieving the Vision 2040. And I'm proud to say that since 2017, we have been the best NGO as identified by the government in doing this. So let us all get together and see that we promote gender responsiveness in agriculture extension. It's not a one-man show. We all have to walk the talk together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roslyn. Another round of applause for Dr. Roslyn. Wow. This has been a very interesting conversation. Once again, we see Dr. Roslyn is pointing out the bigger issue of the cycle. It's an economic cycle, and I guess it also ties into governance. It should start there. She tries to point us to the fact that gender is a system. Don't think it's a women-related thing, it's a system. And I think I saw that coming through Dr. Ramigisa. He told us, look, we need to involve all the stakeholders, the men who feel everything is at stake. That is a key point to consider. The inclusivity, we see it coming through Dr. Ramigisa's presentation, but also Dr. Roslyn's presentation. Thank you, Dr. Roslyn, for sharing the many inclusive approaches that you have taken towards implementing the agricultural extension. Our dear participants, we have heard from the presenter, we have had two very insightful discussants responding to the paper that was presented. Before we start off our plenary, will be the retired minister, Honorable Victoria Sekitoleko, to give us some few remarks, her thoughts, before we can go into the substantive plenary. You're welcome.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. Good afternoon, all of you distinguished Ugandans. We were told that here there is a district which is the only district represented, Bugiri. And in Bugiri, they have got a name called Chotalimye. That is one. Two, when they cook, if you want to eat chitovero, go to Bugiri. So to me, the importance of this seminar is about that, Chotalimye and chitovero. Because in Bugiri, they still eat what they grow. You don't grow it, chances are you will not eat it. The first doctor who presented told us that it is important to involve women because the women decide what we eat. To me, these days, when we are being told to strengthen our immunity, that statement has never been more important. Many of you are from Kampala. You got some rural areas and get some uneducated young assistants in the kitchen. And because you are a man, you are not supposed to peep and see what she's cooking because she will tell everybody, and if you are not married, really, but people ask, why do men, unmarried men, die before women? It's because of, the society, the way they look at certain things. It is important to know what you are eating, when you are eating it, and how you are eating it. Because these days, I'm really happy that cooking oil is very expensive. Those women from the village, when you put cooking oil in the kitchen, they will put the cooking oil to start smoking, then they will throw it the antura, just cut it into half, put it in there, serves it to you leaking with cooking oil. But because you are the man, you can't complain. So, to me, it is really important that women are involved in this that agriculture extension. Right from the beginning to the table, women are prioritized. Basically because they affect what happens in the whole nation. Because it is these numerous households which are being mishandled, which make up Uganda. So back to Chotalimye, you don't grow it, you don't eat it. And for us, I asked my grandmother, who is actually from Bugiri, why they cook chitovero. And she said, we were fed up with the men and the children telling us, Tibenda andaji, Tibenda katunkuma, they don't want isunsa. So what we did is put everything in there and serve it. So you want to have lunch? Here is your lunch. You have your balanced meal in that bowl. So if we want a balanced meal, please get the women ready. Then too, somebody said there are not enough extension workers and women are not comfortable and so on and so forth. Once again, going to Bugiri, when you are posted there, the first you are posted, you are a visitor, whatever, they ask two questions. Nani? Ya Kobachi. Who is he and what is he saying? So you, as soon as you are appointed extension worker there, you have to establish your credibility. But then if you went to school at the time I did, most of what I learned I have forgotten. If you went to school recently, somehow agriculture extension had been phased out of Makerere. So you learned something, gave into. Now you get to this woman who started farming at the age of about 5 and has been farming for the last 50 years, and you are supposed to advise her. You arrive at my farm, any of you has ever been to my house, you know, I grow about 20 different things. Because I grow turmeric, I grow ginger. I grow pumpkin, I grow avocado, moringa, yams, bananas, you name it, and I grow it. Now, if this extension worker arrives at my place, let's say for just a general tour, I'm sure he would ask me, so what are you growing? And I'm like, are you blind? The farm is there. And if it's not well prepared, he will say, so what is your major crop? You are here to work with me so that my priorities are taken care of. Now, going back to Chitobero, those Chitobero people grow the mpindi, the peas, where we eat the leaves. They grow the pumpkin, where we eat the leaves and the young pumpkins. They grow the antula. They grow the oranges, the mangoes, the manga, the lemons. Everything is in that garden. But when we are at school, that's not what they teach us. For a reason I don't understand, we pretend that when we graduate, we shall be working with farmers who are doing monoculture. In which part of the world? So, quite a number of extension workers are not relevant. You know, they were not prepared for the job they were going to find. So I'm glad I'm here with you, MI. Now you know that your work, what your work is. Get these people shaped in readiness for their work. And when we do, if we are talking about women, let us be serious. During the introductions, I heard that we had bloggers here and influencers and this is about gender. Is it possible for you to report that this meeting had 50 people and only 20 were women, and that the first woman spoke after 3 hours of the meeting? Because if we are serious, let us talk about it. You know, because whenever I stand up, everybody says, oh, she's going to ask where are the women. I kept asking, when is the first woman going to speak? When is the first woman going to speak? So if you are from Bujiri, you came all the way from Bujiri, and you saw all those men. When you go back, they will ask, how was it? Oh, those men spoke. The men. Then two, I'm glad we have got the Minister of Agriculture here. Honorable. Please, please, please take interest in where they post women. Because I remember when I became minister, there was a lady in the ministry, I think her name was Lucy, and she was a year ahead of me. So when I joined, I asked, where is Lucy? They told me she's working in Hoima. She's Deputy District Agriculture Officer. This was after 15 years of graduating. She was Deputy Agriculture Officer in Hoima. So I asked, where is Chris? That was her husband. Chris works in Mbarara. And I'm like, are you real? So I got Hoima, I find Lucy, and I'm like, so what are you doing here? I'm their deputy. And I'm like, why? So how do you manage? Because Chris and Lucy met at university, and we all remember they were inseparable. Now, how do you start separating them after 20 years of marriage? So can we put some empathy in posting these people? If let's say we just attended the graduation at Bukalasa, and I'm sure those are the ones who are going to be the extension workers at the sub-counties. Can we talk to them like humans and ask them, what part of Uganda would you be most comfortable? There is no law against that. It can be done, and I please pray that it be done. If you want these girls to be retained in the system, look at their social issues. Finally, talking as a woman. You know, when you go to meetings in the districts, you know, the cow calls meetings and the whole district is there. Once again, there are no women there. There are very few women at the district level. That is one. that the few women who are there, who are relevant to extension, have not been facilitated. So in a country where the social setup of agriculture extension had died, if we do not have women at the management, middle management level, it is going to be very difficult for whatever these young women, let's say I graduate from Bob Kalasa and I made the agriculture officer for Busede sub-county. It would be nice if there is a woman at Ginger district with whom I can relate. I remember two things. I remember when I was minister, we had a program where we were giving out heifers. This is a bit emotional, but I'll try. Now, we had to train these women before giving them the heifers. We started in Entebbe. And I remember there was a woman called Mrs. Rubowa. She's still there. Now, Mrs. Rubowa, if the course started on Monday, Mrs. Rubowa delivered on Saturday night. So Sunday, she went home. She was discharged. Monday, it rained from about 4 a.m. to about 11 a.m. But Mrs. Rubowa, Nakawere, who had delivered on Saturday, lifted that baby and came in that rain. I remember when she arrived, everybody was like, oh my God, this woman is going to die. So they took her aside, got her a suka, got off her wet clothes, lay her down in one of the rooms, got a blanket, covered her, brought her a cup of tea, and they told her, don't worry, your commitment has already earned you a heifer. But it is because we are women. I don't know how the men would have handled it. So I'm not saying men are bad. I'm not saying men are bad. But it makes life much easier and it makes us more relevant. Because that Mrs. Rubowa and I still remember that day because she nearly died. But anyway, the long and short story of Mrs. Rubowa, she was a mother of about 6. They all graduated and they called me their grandmother. I thank you.
Thank you so much, retired minister, for speaking to the participants. Thank you for always being attuned. She is always attuned. And I thank the Honorable State Minister of Agriculture for having invited the retired former Minister of Agriculture. We are indeed, intrigued by that conversation. And that is something that continues to disturb us in the contemporary times. Credibility, readiness, preparedness is something that continues to disturb us. Retired Honorable Minister, we take note of those words of wisdom. And I guess everybody in the room will take them home. Before we continue this conversation, it could be very important to hear from the representation from Equal Opportunities Commission. This is something that is quite pertinent to the work they do. So we cannot afford to lose you in the plenary. Let us hear from the Equal Opportunities Commission. Madam Jane Ekapu.
Allow me to stand here. We are very excited, Honorable Minister, Chief of Party, and the DG, UMI, to be here to participate at this very, very important meeting where we are disseminating information on agriculture, extension work, and food security. I want to share with you, because when I first listened, I started feeling that there was blame for the victims. Women are illiterate. They have limited mobility, lack land ownership. They don't listen to radios. Why? Why don't they? That is where the answer is. Why do they not do those things? But I also want to share doctor here talked about the rebellion because of the way gender was taken to the grassroots. I want to share with you real case studies, life stories of rebellion by the women due to insecurity and due to the power that men have in the homes. In Palisa, they used to grow rice, and it became the cash crop in that area. So the men would sell, they would stay there for 3 weeks, come back with another wife, another tractor. So what the women did is they boiled the rice, dried it, after the men are always not in their homes, and when time for planting came, they planted. You can guess what happened. Nothing. There was nothing that germinated. In Mukono, that is silent rebellion. In Mukono, there was growing of vanilla, and vanilla is grown on a heap like the one for potatoes. So the same story. Men, there was boom from vanilla. They sold, they went, disappeared, and came back with the second one. The women said, what do we do? They got their sharp knives. Chop, chop, chop. They cut the stem, because you can't see, because it's in that heap of soil. They brought all researchers to find out what had happened. What had happened? Even flown from abroad. So then they got some social researchers, and they found out the women opened to them and said, no, this work is so tedious. After it is planted, you know, there is that thing, the women do it because they are gentle. They say they are gentle, so they do that thing with the safety pin. You are there the whole day. So they did that. Life stories. In Kayunga, coffee. There used to be a lot of coffee in Kayunga. So they would plant. Of course, during the picking, they dry. And at the time of sale, because the men were also like the ones of Mukono and the Palisa, the women would carry any container they have in the house, a basin work, at the time of sale, because the man would invite people to put in the sacks. They would run, and you know, there are these local pineapples. They grow the local pineapples. So all the children would participate. After all that tedious work of drying and taking in the house every day, they would now carry the dried coffee before sale and pour it in that the pineapple, so that the man does not sell all the coffee, because you get a lot of money and then you will disappear. I'll stop there for the examples. There are so many. And the researcher, you may want to interrogate this. I think it would make a lot of sense that these power dynamics can lead. I mean, Honorable Minister, I talked about the first pillar as being very important, the production, the marketing. The other important, very, very important pillar is mindset change. Honorable Minister, let that go hand in hand with the production, marketing, and so on. I want also the researcher to interest himself in, or even Minister of Agriculture. Lands is issuing customary certificates. Maybe after some time we need to interrogate, has it improved food security? Has it improved production or what? Because we have been saying women do not own land. Is that the only? Okay. I think with that said, the tractors. Honorable Minister, you gave out tractors, I think 2 years ago. There was a big function. I was watching on TV and I started crying. My daughter said, what is the problem? I said, do you see all those tractors? The men are going to plow vast land. Where is the technology for women who weed, who dry, even winnowing, sincerely? When it talks about responsiveness, if we identify technologies as important, get appropriate technology for the women. Otherwise, the value chain will collapse. Thank you very much.
Much, Madam Jane Ekapu, Secretary, Equal Opportunities Commission. And again, members, let us listen to the voices. Responsiveness, mindset, those are very important things that we need to take into consideration, but most of all, monitoring. Because I see a case of the battered now becoming the batterers if some of these issues are not addressed. Is everything okay? I hope nobody's hurt there. So participants, we are going to open up the floor for discussions, and we welcome additions, subtractions, compliments, by show of hands. I already see a hand at the back coming up very strong. The lady at the back, we shall take 4 to begin with, and there is a hand here. We shall be followed by next year. Let me try.
Thank you so much. I'm called Pamela Kampile, and I'm the Gender Equality and Social Inclusion Specialist for Feed the Future Institutional and System Strengthening Activity. My first question goes to the first speaker who presented, Dr.
The speakers, please take notes. The presenters, the discussants, please take notes.
Dr. Mubangizi. Dr. Mubangizi, eh? So the first question is, gender responsiveness in agriculture. It goes beyond gender mainstreaming and goes beyond gender sensitivity. So how did you measure gender responsiveness? What were the indicators? Like to say that this is these are gender responsive but not sensitive, or it's beyond mainstreaming. Yes, I agree to that, but I just wanted you to define for me how you did it in your research. The second one is about low agricultural productivity amongst women. Yes, we have heard even from the minister that more than 70% of production in agriculture is done by women. But when it comes to productivity, it is less by 17% compared per acre compared to what the men do. What are the causes of that? Like in your research, what are the causes of that? Is it technology? Is it time? I wanted to know exactly in that specific research. Then the other one is, I don't know whether it's a comment, but it's to Dr. Ramigisa. He said that the way extension services came in, actually, let me quote, the manner in which gender information was extended was antagonistic. I want to know why you say so. First of all, because we know that we are still living in a patriarchal society where the male dominates. So even if the gender policy is very sensitive, actually we have a very, very good policy framework in this country. We have one of the best gender sensitive constitutions in this world. So when you say the gender policy of 2007 was not taken well, it's very sensitive, it's everything, but because there's these power dynamics, as the STC said.
Kindly keep it brief.
Yeah, I know.
The number of participants.
So I really wanted to know why and how that came about. Then lastly, I liked what the Sasakawa country director said. They are reducing gradually, they are having participatory technology development, agro-processing, and access to markets, which is gender sensitive. That is the way to go. And as we go down to implement the PDM, how are we going to make sure that all these things are taken into consideration? I submit.
Thank you. Your name again, please?
Pamela Kampile.
Pamela, thank you very much. Let's take the hand here.
Thank you, previous speakers and presenters. My name is Rest Navagala, and I champion SDG 5, that is gender equality. Well, I realized that most of the approaches and whatever we are trying to discuss here, our target was based on the middle woman. When I talk about middle woman, is this woman who has attained some bit of literacy, maybe is in Kampala now and is thinking, okay, let me go back to my village and I do maybe a farm, something of that sort. But yet, what you're talking about agriculture is carried by the low women who, in actual sense, you find have never attained education. You realize? So, how do we think these women are going to access all the information we are trying to talk about? You know, we are living in societies whereby in the villages, a radio is still owned by a man, and once that man finds you maybe trying to tamper with that radio, that's a tug of war. Realize? So, how do you think that woman is going to access such information? We are living in a society where women spend most of their times in the gardens, and then when they come back, they are doing house chores. So how do we think such women are going to access such information? And then going back to the extension workers still. I'm not saying like, okay, most of the extension workers, I should say, these are my fellow youth, and you know how we behave. But then we've gone back to the villages, far villages, and we are trying to interact with ignorant, I should say, ignorant people who really, perhaps even the language you're going to use, as you know, young people, we are more English, you know, like someone wants you to be patient with her, but then the way you're going to interact with them is really unbecoming. So you find someone is going to get, how can I even term it? It's going to lose the morale, maybe even of learning and trying to capture what you're trying to teach him or her just from them being the attitude. So this calls for maybe capacity building to agriculture extensioners as they're trying to go to the villages to deliver information. And then also, yes, thank you. And then also, thank you, Madam Jane, you talked about mindset change. Actually, it's like you read my mind. The first thing we need to acknowledge is that we need to change mindset to different videos. This captures both men and women. You're going to find a house, a home, where a woman maybe has heard of such service, but then implementing it is a challenge because the man is like, you can't do it. I'm the man in the house. I'm the chairman in the house. And therefore, before he or she, before he gives you consent to go ahead, you cannot do it. So that's called for mindset change. And then also going to find women who said those things are for the rich, plus the poor are just meant to do maybe funny digging, subsistence farming, we get food, and that's all. So my conclusion is we need to be strategic in the way we deliver the information and services, the approaches. We are here in boardrooms right now, but then how are we going to deliver the information to the local people? Therefore, we need to zero down to the ground and see how we can amicably interact with the people we are targeting to deliver accordingly. Thank you. I submit.
Your first concerns, who should address them? The very first concern. To whom are they directed?
Yes.
To whom are they directed? To any one of the discussants or the
anybody who can.
Anybody who can speak to that. All right. Next, please.
Thank you very much, all the presenters and
please
protocol.
Keep it brief.
Protocol observed. I'm Stella. I work with FAO, and I'm passionate about gender. And maybe just to start with, you know, what Dr. Patience said, and also other presenters, that, you know, this should be within our DNA. So meaning that, you know, if we want to promote gender equality, then it means that we have to be deliberate about it. If it has to be within our DNA, going back to what Honorable Victoria said, you know, talking about H-Tovero, you know, so that H-Tovero, I still believe that, you know, gender mainstreaming, the researchers said, you know, we should go beyond that. Gender mainstreaming, I still believe it can deliver, yeah? If we make it deliberate and we do exactly what we are supposed to do, because gender mainstreaming is about, you know, integrating everything that we are doing, so that, at the end of the day, everything is gender responsive, gender transformative. So meaning that, if we do our Chitovero and we bring gender into this Chitovero, it means that, that the extension officer who is going to that woman or who is going to that man is all round, is not only thinking about, which crop are you going to plant, or are you going to only plant in rows or broadcast, but you're also thinking about, other issues around this woman or around this man. Were you beaten last night because of ABCD? Because these are issues that are affecting, production and productivity, yeah? So we need that Chitovero, which is within the gender mainstreaming. We need to do the planning together. We need to do, the budgeting, someone talked, I think it was Dr. Patience who said, the strategy, and then you say that, if you advocate more, then we'll get money. The money that we have right now within Ministry of Gender, we believe that, this same money can be a starting point to do gender responsive budgeting. When you bring in the Chitovero, that, now everything that we are doing, we are thinking about, the needs of that woman or that man, the challenges. So meaning that, that money for planting crops, or that money for seed is also thinking about, how many of those women am I going to reach out to, or how many of those gender transformative approaches am I going to use, to change the mindset of this man or to change the mindset of this woman. And then the other thing is that, we need to embrace partnerships with other ministries, yeah, partnerships with other sectors, because there are those issues that actually, cut across or intersect, talking about technologies. If you're looking at this woman and you're saying this woman is already overburdened, yeah? So why don't you also work with other sectors, for example, let's say Ministry of Water, or, because you're looking at, this is the same woman who is responsible for fetching water, this is the same woman who is responsible for fetching firewood, and this is the same woman who is responsible for that food production, and at the end of the day, even that food that is going to the market. So let's work together as with other sectors, so that, we come up with those technologies that are all around and not just, Minister of Agriculture. The other thing is, Honorable Minister, happy that you're here. Capacity in terms of human resource. When you look at Minister of Agriculture, do you have a gender officer? Yeah? Other than, the gender focal points, and yet, gender focal pointing sometimes, it's an additional, it's seen as an additional kind of role. So unless we, I'm advocating that we need to have a position, maybe gender officer or gender advisor, so that there is someone who is specific, who will be working on, these issues when it comes to planning, when it comes to setting indicators and all that. And then lastly, the removal of the social norms, the discriminative social norms. Madam Jene Kapu talked about, the mindset. Can we embrace the gender transformative approaches and make this household not to just be, a private sphere, but a public sphere, that when, we are concerned about what is happening in that household. Because as long as we continue saying, oh, if they are fighting, those are their own issues. If they don't have properties, those are their own issues. Then we shall continue having, the same recurrence, of these issues. Let's make it public and be able to sort out these issues by working on the power dynamics in these households. I submit.
Thank you so much. I hope our rapporteur is capturing all this, because I think people are proposing solutions, but let us be sensitive to time. Everybody wants to make a contribution. Please summarize your opinion, your compliments, so that we can all have a chance to speak.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone, to all the presenters. As earlier said, I'm called Ainom Shajam, a student at Makerere University from Department of Extension. My question goes to the Minister. We've seen culture norms and beliefs as one of the causes of gender inequality in our country, in Agriculture Department. What strategies are being laid to overcome this? Thank you very much.
Okay, that was quite brief. Please pass on the microphone to her.
Thank you to all the presenters. Lydia Kaga is my name, and I'm an extension worker. I work with Caritas Kampala. Mine is a general concern about agricultural financing. The Dr. Nasri brought up the different challenges that we are facing as women, but none of the presenters talked about the agricultural financing. As ladies, Ladies do face a lot of challenge towards accessing finances for their agriculture. Yes, you've come up with programs like the parish development model, but still there is competition for this money, and men have more opportunities because they have a lot to present, and then when they speak, obviously money goes to them. Can we have special programs? Let's say if they can introduce special programs like special funds for women in agriculture, this will ease the work of women. You know, women, despite the fact that they're in agriculture, they take on a lot of responsibilities. They are the ones to see that the child is in school. They are the ones to see that the child is sick, needs treatment. And when the man accesses money, they will go into addition of other women. So can we look at women as special cases more so for some of these, areas of development? Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister. My name is Juliana Lanyero from the Young Farmers Federation of Uganda, and I'm really speaking to the youth issue or the youth orientation on this report. It's not mentioned a lot how you address the issues of young women in agriculture, because as a federation we focus so much on involving young women because they have peculiar issues that affect them compared to the older women who are already settled and maybe have ownership of land. The young women do not have land, and they are very mobile because they're not yet settled. So we need policies that also speak to young women who are involved in agriculture. Then secondly, to Dr. Mlangizi, I'm not sure if I had this. When was the report mentioned, or when was the research done? Was it before COVID, during or after? And how does it change the narrative for the young farmers? Because a lot has changed in this aspect. And then to the issue of extension and responsiveness to young women, does it address the issue of transportation? Because extension workers are expected to ride motorcycles to do the extension. Can young women do that? They're required to have a permit to ride a motorcycle. What other alternatives do they have? And secondly, the issue of safety. Some women are not willing to move out to these remote places because it's not safe for them to move out to a very distant farm and then do this extension work. So we need something that also addresses that. Thank you.
Now we have to be very mindful about time because we also have some chats coming through the link. So
thank you
let
very
us
much.
Be very brief.
I'm Sekale Mahuzaima from Siatin. My first goes to Dr. Patience. I'll quote a common phrase that Israelites always say that if they were given Karamoja, they would feed Africa. Why? This goes to the extensionists. We would not say that we bring in experts. We have the experts studied here and those students from Israel that could be integrated in the system, and we see how to bring about this in the issue of mindset change in the extensionists. I think it's not on the side of the women alone. Secondly, Honorable Minister, there is a letter flying around the social media talking about how government is going to use the land for agriculture in Entebbe, where we were last time, and we talked about it to construct a hospital by the Turkish company. Why do I point it out? Because you're around, and we would leverage. Maybe the government can give out the land. But as the agriculturists, because I'm also passionate about that, that is our land, and would leverage, use, we're talking about the issue of technology. I've been to Turkey, where I did my master's. Would use these people, if they're going to take the land for the hospital, Dr. Patience, let these people also provide something in terms of the agricultural technology expansion. There are lots of technological transformations in terms of greenhouses, new methods of growing food in-house. Because Turkey has the potential to do that. Maybe as they give out that land, let us also take a model. We talk to those people and they construct a model for the agricultural demonstration. Finally, Dr. Patience again, the issue of communicating with the women. I don't know when they talked about gender, we are talking about women. But if information is not flowing, what happened to our film field vans? That issue, we've revised the budget for the extension. Dr. Patience will address that. Thank you so much.
Okay, let us have the mic move to the back of the room. There is a gentleman's hand up there and a lady as I try to retrieve the charts.
Thank you very much, our moderator. My question goes to Dr. Ramigisa. I believe you're the one who talked about the way in which gender has been presented as antagonistic. My question comes that when I look at the approach we can use as one of the pillars that the minister mentioned, or some other, I don't know, there was a lady who mentioned about mindset change. My experience in the NGO world, I'm from Hunger Fighters Uganda, is that mindset change seems to be something that is low cost to implement compared to some other interventions. So maybe borrowing from the mindset change perspective and trying to layer it on what the doctor presented, mindset change being a presentation of the advantages of an alternative. Because you cannot convince someone to leave something and do something else unless you convince that person that the alternative has some benefits. So my question is, in the patriarchal society in which we live, what aspects can we pick on that we can use to involve men in such a way as to be gender responsive? Maybe my second question or my second remark, someone has already mentioned it, regarding having less female extension workers. The question would be still in the perspective of maybe benefits. What benefits can we look at that would encourage more females to be interested in to become agriculture extensionists, while considering the maybe affirmative action or how we can involve them in education, especially in the sciences. For example, if you look at motorbikes, like someone mentioned, could there be alternatives? If you look at things to do with relationships, like the former minister mentioned, could there be benefits that can be presented in the rural settings that would inspire more extension workers and more female workers? I think if this can be answered in one way or another, there would be at least a promotion in that direction. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rona Iraneza, representing the National Alliance of Agricultural Cooperatives in Uganda. Thank you so much, all presenters, for all your presentations. They are very good and very educative. We learned a lot. But for me, I'm not asking a question. I'm just commending the work. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Uganda and all the partners that have been supporting different initiatives. Specifically, today we are talking about gender. There has a lot of activities that have been done in that aspect. And when I hear what everybody is talking about, honestly speaking, let us be honest, there has been a lot that has been done. We are not as really badly off as some of the statistics or some of the voices come out. We are not really that bad compared to other countries that are neighboring us. There's a lot of things that have been done, and you very well know that even in some of the things you're talking about that are women. I happen to manage some of the programs And honestly speaking, some of the ladies decline to participate along different value chains. Why? Because some of them initially they fear themselves, they don't want. Even some of them who are actually educated, they do not want to participate. Even those ones who come to participate, some of them actually they want to either be in the back end, they don't want to be active participating. So I would like to say that much as some of these issues are there, both on the side of the men and the women, we need to do deliberate interventions, focusing on some of those things, especially the attitude and the mindset, perception. Those two areas will take us far if we focus on those ones. Leave alone the issues of like simanyi money or what. No, that's not the issue. The issue is about the attitude and the perception. Then the other thing is about, someone also talked about like they carried out a study and most of the women were not listening into the programs and whatnot. Still, in the same areas of interventions, we discovered that actually most women, they have time to listen to the radios from 10 in the night up to 11. That's the time they have. During the day, they are actually hustling. They are moving up and down, doing lots of things, so they don't have time to listen. And about extension, e-extension. Yeah, that one, I totally agree. Extension is one of the key areas in agriculture that is actually lacking. When you look at the ratio of the extension officers to the number of farmers, actually it's very alarming. So in the effort that we can improve that area, we could focus on e-extension, digitalizing these platforms, digitalizing services. And also, like someone also mentioned, like translation of this information so that the farmers can actually access this information through their mobile phones without struggling or without, looking at the one extension farmer serving over 5,000 farmers. So thank you so much. I don't want to ask many questions. There are so many, but for me, I'll just commending the work.
Sorry for the interruption, participants. The Honorable Minister has to leave, and before he leaves, we would like to hear a final comment from him, particularly on matters arising from this conversation. Allow me to give the Honorable Minister a chance to wrap up before he can depart.
Thank you very much. First of all, it has been a pleasure for me to listen in, first to the presentation, and then to the discussants and the feedback from the participants. It has been a very wonderful moment for me, and I appreciate it. In a special way, I want to thank Honorable Victoria Sectorico for always being available. I've been participating with her in a number of events. We have been together at Gayaza High School for an event for old girls. She's an old girl of Gayaza, a very active one of Gayaza High School. We have had engagements. She's one of the people that I consult, and I appreciate her for that. Unfortunately, I can't be with you up the end because of other official duties. I have a meeting just next room, and I think it's time for me to go. But I've taken note of the feedback, and I'm looking forward to the report that will come out of this meeting. I have to assure you that when we receive that report, we shall use it. We shall use it to ensure that we act better. And to respond to a few comments, I think just one that I want to respond to. There's one that was directed to me but I've passed it on to Dr. Remjesa about the traditional norms, and you mentioned something, but I've passed it on to Dr. Remjesa. He respond to you. But about one of you, yeah, the lady there, I think you are the one that requested for a special program for women in agriculture. I just want to provide information that when we were designing the parish development model, we took a decision that we must ring fence money, a percentage of that 100 millions to go to women. Yes, 30%. 30% is specifically going to women. And we are going to enforce that one with all the vigor. Recently, you know, we went to the field to see what is happening as we roll out the parish development model. And this is one of the things that we emphasized to the implementers of the parish development model. Of course, one other thing that I want to mention is that the political will is there. You could have been there in our cabinet meeting the Monday before this week and listen to a very passionate presentation by His Excellency the President to us about gender responsiveness. From his presentation, I'm convinced that the political will is there. You know, we are considering the rationalization of agencies and expenditure, where many of the authorities and agencies that were semi-autonomous are being recalled to the ministries. And then somebody had proposed that we combine the various departments in the Ministry of Gender into a unit on special interest groups. He said no. He said no. We must maintain our affirmative action to each of those groups. We shouldn't lump them together. And he gave a lengthy historical perspective to this and justification for that, for us to maintain that setup. So the political will is there, and what remains now is for that political will to trickle down to the MDS so that we can translate what is on paper into action. In as far as the Agriculture Ministry is concerned, I want to assure you that the political stewards of the ministry, where we have 4 ministers, we have the Senior Minister, Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, we have the one responsible for the fisheries subsector, Honorable Helen Adoa, we have the one responsible for the animal subsector or livestock subsector, who is Honorable Bright Ramirama, and then myself, who is in charge of the crop subsector. All of us, we are working as a team, and I can assure you that I will be your ambassador in that team, in as far as gender responsiveness is concerned. We have adopted a strategy of total agricultural value chain development. in that strategy, we look at the entire value chain. We look at enterprise selection. From that point, not even from garden to fork, not from farm to fork. We start from the table where we plan from. So that entire chain, we are going to ensure that we are gender responsive along the entire chain. Because there is a tendency to sideline some stages of the value chain. And then we allocate those other neglected roles or nodes in the value chain to ladies and youth and people with disability. We are going to ensure that at every node of the value chain, we are gender responsive. Because of time in my speech, I did not enumerate all the interventions that we intend to do. We had recently, I think, in the same room or a neighboring room, a midterm review of NDP3. And I presented our ministry, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries policy focus in the next 2.5 years that are remaining to complete NDP3. And I was clear. I told them that we have agreed on 6 areas of focus. Number 1, seed. Seed is very, very crucial. So it's an area of focus for us as a sector. Number 2, disease control. And when I talk about seed and disease, I mean seed for crop and seed for animal. Seed for animal is, of course, stocking material for animal and birds. So, seed. Then, disease control for both crop and livestock. Then, we have farmer education. This is the subject of conversation today, extension work. Extension work. And then number 4, we have mechanization and irrigation. Mechanization and irrigation. And then number 5. Since all along we have been focusing on the smallholder farmer. In all the intervention is Professor, we talked about the rural farmers scheme, we talked about PMA, we talked about so many things up to the recent one, the most recent one. All of them we are targeting the smallholder farmer. Now, as focus area number 5, we want to focus on the large-scale farmer. As the smallholder farmer is catered for by PDM, we want to focus on the large-scale farmer. Why? Number 1, to cater for food security, to cater for feed security, to cater for strategic demand of certain agricultural commodities, including things like maize, things like sugarcane, things like cotton, things like oil seeds. By the way, did you know that as a country, we consume 400,000 metric tons of vegetable oil as a minimum? as recommended by the World Health Organization. But out of that 400,000 metric tons, as a country, we are only able to produce 80,000 metric tons. And then we import the 32,000 metric tons from outside. And we import the 32,000 metric tons as 40,000 refined oil, 280,000 metric tons as crude vegetable oil. Now, because of the dynamics out there, our source of that import decided to close. Indonesia closed, Malaysia closed. So as we talk now, we have a deficit of about 32,000 metric tons of vegetable oil. And this explains the skyrocketing prices for soap, because this oil is raw material for soap, but it's also raw material for edible oil. Now, when I talk about strategic demand, I mean such demand. Demand like demand of vegetable oil. So, number 5 is mobilizing large-scale farmers to cater for food security. Food security and the strategic demand, as exemplified by the vegetable oil demand. Now, the last one is a focus on fisheries. You remember that at one stage, our fish exports were bringing in a lot of money. Then so many things went wrong, and somehow we lost that medal. So we want to reclaim it. That's why we put fisheries as one of the 6 areas of focus. So, you allow me those to be my parting shots as I end my participation. Please have those in mind, and for you people in the academic institutions, in the civil society, in the which other areas, my door is open. And as testified by Dr. Jocelyn, I'm always available. Not that I'm not busy. I'm very busy, by the way. Very, very busy. But I'm always available. So please, my door is open. Feel free to come. Feel free to invite me for any engagement. I'm very passionate about some of these issues, and I'll be pleased to participate in any engagement. Thank you very much for listening to me, and we are looking forward to receiving a report out of this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for the wealth of information and for the parting shots, the pledge to implement and to be available for the various stakeholders involved in this. Our participants, please allow the Honorable Minister take leave. I will kindly request the Acting Director General UMI and the Chief of Party feed the picture to walk out the Honorable Minister. And in the meantime, I'll invite the presenter and the discussants to respond to the issues raised in the interest of time, starting with the presenter. Doctor, you have the floor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I think I received a few questions, a few concerns, and I'll try to respond to them as much as I can. And Pamela was concerned about how I measured gender responsiveness as well as what I noted to be the causes of women's low productivity. Sorry. In terms of measurement of gender responsiveness, as I've already told you, I based on existing literature to find out to what extent the agriculture extension services in Uganda had tried to address the inequalities related to access to services, access to inputs, as well as the gender inequalities in incomes and productivity. So at the end of the day, I was trying to see, okay, after these programs having been in place, do we see a reduction in these gender inequalities? And so the reduction or change in the gender inequalities was my key measure of gender responsiveness. And then in terms of the causes for women's low productivity, I think I already alluded to the fact that this is largely related to women's low use of extension services, as well as limited use of productivity enhancing technologies, among other reasons. And then rest was asking how we would expect the rural women who are largely illiterate and time constrained, how would expect them to access information, yet they don't have time to listen to radio. And essentially, this is what we are talking about, that we need to actually come up with deliberate strategies to target such women. Of course, that might require capacity building of extension workers in such appropriate tools. People have already suggested that we might need to also translate some of the available information to suit the circumstances of these women. And I think we heard from Dr. Roslyn about the importance of technologies that can reduce drudgery and thereby helping women to have some time to participate in extension activities, as well as maybe listen to radio and other alternative sources of information. And then I think the lady from FAO noted that she believes that gender mainstreaming can still deliver. And I want to probably agree with you to some extent, with the caveat that if we are to implement gender mainstreaming in the way it was conceptualized, to some extent, it would help us to address some of the challenges that we have related to gender inequality. But now the problem is, I think most of the agencies in the country do gender mainstreaming as just maybe like a routine to tick the box that we have our things gender mainstreamed, and what happens thereafter is probably none of their business. So if we could implement gender mainstreaming in the original sense that was prescribed by those that generated it, I suppose would actually contribute to the reduction of gender inequality. And I think I heard you say that we probably need to have all-round extension workers, and I want to agree with you. But then I also want to point out that we still, much as extension workers should be all-round, we still need to have a substantial proportion of these extension workers being female. Because as I think the former Minister Victoria Setoreko pointed out, women better understand issues of fellow women. I think she shared with us that experience of Mrs. Lubowa, which was a little bit touching. So the reality is we can have all-round extension workers, but we still need to have more of them being women, so that we can appeal to women farmers. Someone, I didn't capture your name, but you're asking whether the research was done before or after COVID. And the research, the real review was done recently, actually this very month. But then most of the literature that was reviewed was actually pre-COVID. So maybe that is largely the reason why maybe some of the COVID related impacts have maybe not been have not featured a lot in what I presented, because the literature that I was able to get was mainly pre-COVID and maybe around the time when COVID came into the country. And then someone was asking whether young women can be offered alternative sources of transport apart from the motorcycle. I think this could have been maybe better answered by the Ministry of Agriculture. But I can only maybe say something about this, that I, for example, have been to northern Uganda, where you'll find many more women riding bicycles and motorcycles. And you'll even find cases of women carrying men on the bicycles. So implying that the claim that women can't ride motorcycles is also a little bit of maybe based on where we come from. And my thinking is we cannot think of all extension workers having cars because we cannot afford that. So maybe we need to think of a mindset change again. Can we make the women feel more comfortable with motorcycles? Because the reality is there is no physiological explanation why women can't ride motorcycles. That's my opinion anyway. And then in terms of, I think the same person was asking whether women's safety in remote places can be guaranteed, because we know most of the times extension services are offered in remote places. And I think I want to allude to what the former minister pointed out when she was sharing with us that experience of two of her colleagues who were married, and one of them was posted in Hoima, and the other one was posted in Barara. And I think she ended up recommending that maybe it would be important to give special considerations to women, to give them a freedom of choice in terms of where would they want to be posted. And I still think maybe that is something that the ministry can think through in order to maybe encourage many more women to join extension without risking their lives, as well as putting their marriages on the line. I finally want to note that we still need a mindset change. And the reality is, I think there are some tools which can help us as starting points for mindset change. For example, looking at maybe the simple tool of the gender data calendar, where maybe you engage men and women in a discussion of what each of them does. And this tool has actually been discovered to help men to appreciate that when women are overworked, the men end up losing. And in cases where it has been used, I think the men have ended up committing themselves to begin helping their wives, because they know if their wives overwork, they are not going to meet their sexual needs because they are too tired. They are not going to do most of these other household chores cleanly. And so the truth is there are those transformative tools that can actually be used. But then extension workers need to have their capacity built into those, in the use of those tools, as well as having their mindset changed about the transformative power possessed by such tools. I think I beg to rest my case at this point. I hope I've tried to respond to the questions and concerns that were directed to me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mubangizi, for the responses. Maybe before I call upon Dr. Ramigisa, we need to note that coming through the chat, there is a call to advocate for for microfinance loans to the women to empower them more to participate in the extension services. There is a general call for women empowerment to be able to fully participate in the program. Further, for gender monitoring indicators, those are three issues I picked from there. I'll call upon Dr. Ramigisa not only to give feedback from the participants on his discussion, but also the position of the minister that was passed on to him, actually starting with the position of the minister. Thank you, Doctor. Kindly use 4 minutes or even less if possible.
Thank you very much. Well, the minister asked me to respond on the issue somebody raised on the cultural norms and beliefs and what strategies does the ministry have. Well, I wish just to respond that we have come up with a, in our National Agriculture Extension Strategy, under the objective of farmer empowerment, there are clearly defined strategic interventions that we have designed specifically to deal with the women empowerment, and also on issues of mindset change, because to overcome certain those cultural norms and beliefs that hinder technology adoption and uptake by women. On the issue of, I wish also to clarify that when I was stating, I said the issue is the manner in which the gender approach was done marginalized the men, and in the process there was silent resistance. That I wanted to be clear on that one. So there was silent resistance because the policy is state-sponsored. You cannot fight it, but then you implement and you marginalize the key stakeholder, who is the man. And it is because we have observed in our studies in extension, we did videos, video experiments, showed videos for women alone to take up technologies, showed videos to women alone to take technologies, but we also showed videos to a man and a woman together. And the yield gaps in terms of utilization of that technology showed that where the men and women watched the video together, the yields of that was higher than the other groups. Meaning that here you need to engage men to participate, to be part and parcel of these processes. How will PDM consider gender? It is already integrated. I think that this the minister has already elaborated. Access to information and technologies. That's why the study which I told you we are currently conducting, which we are going to disseminate results in October, clearly identified the channels that women prefer. And therefore, in our extension strategy, we are ensuring, for purposes of targeting women, we are going to concentrate on these channels. But also, there are other channels that are more important in terms of getting information and knowledge and technology to these women. Then we have to devise strategies to ensure that women take up to utilization of these channels. So that is what we have considered. Then there was the issue of the young extension workers not rhyming with the old women in the extension service. And this is really a matter of retooling. And we have put in the strategy to ensure that these extension workers we are recruiting undergo refresher trainings and expose them to some of these things that they do not get at school. And therefore, in that way, they should be able to target to ensure that there is gender targeting in the delivery of service. Then the issue of staff deployment, recruitment of staff in public service was decentralized to local governments. So the choice of where a staff is deployed is actually a choice of the staff. Because the districts advertise, and it is the women who choose where to go, where to apply. And the ministry has no control over the deployment. However, at district level, once they are recruited at district level, that's where now probably the district has where to deploy, which sub-county to deploy or which town council to deploy. So we don't have control over where staff have to be deployed. But as our results indicated, most of our staff prefer to apply in urban and peri-urban areas, the women. I told you we have 15% constituting the whole extension staff, but out of that, almost 80% are in urban and peri-urban areas, meaning that the rural woman hardly accesses a female extension agent. The issue of Ministry of Agriculture to work with other ministries to ensure that there is comprehensive delivery of service. The National Development Plan we are now working in a programmatic approach. We are no longer working in a sector approach. So as we are planning with our plans. We have to plan with the Ministry of Gender where the issues of gender are required, plan with the Ministry of Water where issues of water are required, and therefore we hope that this approach to planning is going to improve in terms of service delivery. Then the recruitment of a gender officer in the Ministry of Agriculture, our structure does not provide for this because there is a whole Ministry of Gender. And therefore, the Ministry of Gender is supposed to liaise with some focal officer in the other ministry, in each of the ministry. So it is not an institutionalized position in the ministry. It is expected that they're supposed to liaise. And what is the other issue? Transportation of them by motor. I think he has already addressed it adequately. And then the issue of students who are from Israel who may wish to integrate into extension. I think this is welcome. And soon, I think when we would encourage them to respond to the adverts. Because what we are doing is that it is the local governments that are advertising these positions. So I would encourage them to respond. So indeed, also the issue of the film vans has also been addressed in the extension strategy, and that's why I was appealing to you people to support. This strategy is very gender responsive, if it is really supported. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patience. I will call upon Dr. Rosalind to conclude in 1 minute. I think Dr. Rosalind did not have many issues pointed at her. It was mostly compliments. Dr. Rosalind, kindly
Yes, please.
in 1 minute so that we can conclude.
In 1 minute, I think I'll focus on one question, that how will technologies to reduce drudgery be taken into consideration under the parish development model and women access to information. I think the government can borrow a leaf from Sasakawa Africa Association. We promote these technologies, the weeders, the planters, and for agro-processing, but we give it at 50% cost sharing. And we promote savings so that the women can also use the savings to buy the machines. But also they use these machines to provide services and get more money. How can women access information and these technologies still the same? We have the approach of community-based facilitators. These are farmers who are selected from the farmer groups. They are trained as trainers of trainers, and the women can also access this information from these food soldiers who are within their communities. We use pictorial posts, so even when somebody is illiterate, she can look at the picture and do that. There are the tractors which they think are for men, but we are also promoting the small land tillers that the women can ably come. So the issue is to have participatory technology development with the researchers and us, the extensionists, so that we can have appropriate technologies to rhyme with the needs of the women. To fellow extension workers, the ladies, let us have that confidence. We are the best change agents among the rural women that we can be. And maybe with the changes that have happened, at least there are some infrastructures If some years back, we recruited so many, even at the sub-county level, but because the infrastructure, the schools and the medical facilities were not there, most of them had to run out of such a rural areas. But with the changes that have happened, I believe that more women can go to the rural areas and provide the services. Career guidance is also key, and role modeling. We do it also under Uganda Professional Women in Agriculture and Environment, in schools, but also at the different levels. We need to empower the women with agribusiness skills and also these agribusiness enterprises. We've talked about the agro-processing, provide services, the local seed business. They can also produce seed, but also for themselves. So there's a lot really that we can do to empower women to get the services and the technologies to improve their production and also improve their livelihoods. Leadership causes finally have to be taken to the rural women and the communities as well to build confidence in these women so that they can join leadership positions or at the different levels. Even at our levels, there are people who fear to take the leadership positions. So at all levels, we need the leadership for change courses.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roslyn. And thank you to the presenter, Dr. Narisi Mubangizi. Thank you very much. Thank you to Dr. Patience Ramigisa. And thank you to Dr. Roslyn Nyamtale, and to all participants, but most of all to UMI for organizing us to have this conversation over the review and moving into the new phase. Thank you, Minister of Agriculture, for the participation through the Minister and the technical officers. Before I call upon the chairperson of Uganda Policy Development Management Forum, a steering committee, I wish to make an announcement on behalf of UMI. UMI is making a call for papers to be presented at their third Blended International Conference on Governance and Service Delivery in Developing Economies. You will get further information on this on their website. But key to note is that the conference will take place between the 25th to the 27th of October, 2022. It's also important to note that there are different fees for early registration and late registration. You reduce your conference attendance fee by 200,000 when you register early. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite Professor William Kaberuka, the chairperson of Uganda Policy Development Management Forum Steering Committee, to give us the closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me first thank the presenter and the discussants for the good work they have done. Before I close the session, I want to point out 2 or 3 issues which are a bit personal but relevant to what we are doing. One will be based on, there is a gentleman who talked about Turkey and Israel. Those of you who have studied geography, you know Israel is a desert. Egypt is 96% a desert. But those countries produce not enough food, but produce food enough that can feed them for some time. The second point I want to point out is that historically, and from what I have read and what I have seen, there is no country which has been developed by outsiders. Countries are developed by nationals. For now, I think, is it 60 years of independence? We are still, our agriculture is still based on rain-fed. It's rain-fed. The first attempt, I think, in 1960s, I think it was 64, 65, there was an experiment of an irrigation scheme in Mobuku. And those of you who are young may not even know that it was there. For the last 40 years, we have been developing models, we have been developing papers like the one which has been presented today, and we are still doing that. We haven't moved anywhere. The extension workers, yes, they are there, but what are you extending? It is true that the gentleman, I think Dr. Rwamigisa said, that actually the reality on the ground is different from the theory. And that's true. We should not, and this is my view, that the ideas we are putting on gender disparities and so on, yes, they are pertinent, but they are exacerbated by poverty. We should be discussing how do we get this country out of poverty. Of course, there are gender disparities, but in poverty, amongst poverty. Is that what you want to be? No. For me, I would want that discussed within the context of improving the lifestyle of Ugandans, and which we are not doing. Unfortunately, our minister has gone. But I want also to say that financial handouts will never develop anybody. The first money which was given by this government was taken as a political handout. The concept of Ntandiko, which was supposed to help as seed money, became political. Even today, what you are calling parish model is going to be political. It will end there. Not until we talk about poverty and how do we get this country out of poverty. We are not going to get it out by saying there is gender disparity. Yes, there is there. At some stage, people were saying, your girl child is not being educated. But I want to ask you, you people here, who produces a girl and at the time of going to school, you say, my daughters are girls, they can't go to school? It can't be. Because we have gone beyond that poverty which made our grandfathers prioritize men. Because with the patriarchal society, men you are supposed to be the what? The one who inherits, the one who is the head of the family. And we have gone beyond that today. We have got women professors, men professors, PhDs. But we are still being, our development agenda is still being driven by foreigners. Sasakawa Development 2000. USAID is now feeding the future of Ugandans. And that's where we are. That's the reality. We are going to be there for the next 30 years until with, as Ugandans. Recently, I think it was last week, I was listening to one of our ministers talking about the problem in Karamoja, the disaster in Karamoja today. And he was saying, that's a problem of Karamajongs. But this is a Ugandan minister. And you ask yourself, if Karamajongs are not Ugandans, we are not If you don't care about Karamojong's, what type of Ugandan leader are you? Well, that's where we are. That's where we are. Now, for me, I think the only sustainable development production must be or requires three things. One, that production must be demand-driven. Don't go to the village and say, we are giving you a handout, you must produce. Yes, you must produce. There is food security and there is development production for exports, because you require international engagement for you to survive in this global economy. And so, if you want to do that, you cannot go there and say, so and so you have 1 acre of beans, others half an acre of maize. Now, then tomorrow they will say, you know, what you have produced, they have what they call, is it photosanitary requirement. Now they will tell you what you have produced can't be bought. You have never asked yourself, why is it that it's hard for you to go to Kinshasa? You must go to Europe first. But Kinshasa is next door. And you are talking about African. Whatever African, whatever engagement. It can't happen, it can't work. It can't work. How can you get an East African community where you can't go to Rwanda, where you can't go to Tanzania? That's a community. You can't go to Karamoja, I am a Muganda, I am a Muchiga, I am what? Even now today, when I was young, at least we used to have students from the north, from the Westerners would go to the north, and I had a friend who was called Okot, and he was a Munyankore. There is a Muganda who was called, Arangi, who was, I think he was a doctor, Doctor who? It was a Chiganda name, you would think that he was a Muganda. But today, you go in your village, you have this, is it Bonabakone? Then the school, the secondary schools, then the university. A graduate who has never been to Kampala. A minister who doesn't know that Karamoja exists is part of Uganda. And that's where we are in the 21st century. The production must be demand-driven. You must produce for the market. If not producing for food security. And it must be driven by you people, not outsiders, that they want to come, they are going to feed you. 2, it must be based on relevant researchers. Sometime I went to Serere. I don't know whether Namuronge still exists. And those are our research institutions in Naro. What are their outputs? How do they relate to our problems today? You people in agriculture, how are you using them? The research must be locally based and it must be relevant to our problems. Lastly, we should move away from natural rainfall. We must. I have told you that 96% of Egypt is a desert. Uganda, that gentleman said actually that if you gave an Israeli Karamoja, he would feed the whole world. That's true. Karamoja is not a desert. No. Karamoja sometimes gets flooded. Now, I would ask somebody, even challenge your government today, tell me a garden which has 100 acres of one commodity. Sugar cane. Mauritius was a garden of sugar cane so many centuries ago. They have left it. Now that's why we are going. We are going to grow sugar cane. I was reading in the Bible what they called Shaduf. Shaduf were irrigation scheme where they were getting water from down. But for us, we have a lot of water everywhere. River Kafu, Kagera, everywhere. Sometimes I ask my students, that on this road from on this Masaka Road, I think it is 30 kilometers away from here. Those of you who have traveled on Masaka Road, there is a place where there are beans 12 months a year. And nobody has ever asked, why are these beans there? And in Uganda, you can't produce beans for anybody. No. Anyway, so to what we are doing today. I want to say that this Uganda Development Policy Management Forum, which is partly hosting us together with UMI, was started in 2003 as a policy think tank, try and grapple with the topical issues. And at some stage we were given a slot that we can actually develop policy papers which can be fed into government. And that's where we are. And so recently, it was thought that actually one of the topical issues, which is gender disparity, we should look for some scholars who can actually write some paper like today, which we have had, which addresses that. But for me, I would have put it in the context of the general poverty. Yes, gender disparity is there. Nobody doubts it. But we cannot talk about it outside the poverty issue. Poverty issue. Now, when these discussions are carried on, we develop at the end, we develop policy papers, which we feed into cabinet secretariat, and then with the hope that the government listens to them. We bring together scholars, technocrats, to be able to develop papers which on topical issues and which we hope that we can get through to influence the policy making of the country. We invite people, which we have always done whenever we meet in these policy dialogues, that those of you who come to attend should join us in that process of trying to influence the policy issues. And outside there, when you enter, there are some forms. Those of you who are interested, you can fill up those forms and become members. And at a fee, I think of 100,000 shillings individually, 150 for academic and research institutions, and 200 for corporate companies. So those of you who are interested, who belong to corporate companies, who are individuals in research institutions, when you are going out, you can pick these forms and fill them so that you become a regular part of us, and with the hope that the decisions being taken by our leaders are evidence-based. So, Madam Chair, I want to take this time to close this dialogue. I thank you, everybody, and have a safe journey back home.
Thank you so much, Professor. I'm calling for the focal person from UMI to make any administrative announcements. Professor, we highly appreciate the call for localization, homegrown solutions, the need for. Thank you very much. Where is Madam Jackie? Madam Jackie Natukunda? or anybody to give us some administrative announcements on how we move from here. Oh. All right, participants, this is the way forward. Final announcements. Lunch is ready in the corridor behind our room. That means in that direction. You get the coupon at the registration desk. Kindly walk to the registration desk, pick up a coupon, walk through this corridor to access lunch. For participants who didn't register, please remember to register. Thank you very much for attending. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the contributions. And have a good afternoon.